Good morning and welcome to this event in Athens. Welcome here to you here in the room, but also to those that are in 30 different countries connected online. So welcome. Let me first start bringing the welcoming also of our Director General. Unfortunately, he's traveling now, he's on a plane, but he will join at the end of the day to pass also his message and so the commitment of IOM in this event. I have also to pass the apologies from the minister because there is a last minute issue at the parliament, so he could not be with us, and unfortunately he's a bit late to organize a message. Anyway, we are here today, and I think we are trying to bring the cooperation between IOM and the Orthodox churches to a different level. IOM and the Orthodox churches are working together for decades now. Me personally, I remember working together in the Western Balkans during the Yugoslav war. But there are many other examples in Central Asia, in Europe, where our offices are working together with you and your NGOs or other institutions that you have, working together for the same goal, assisting migrants, migrant communities, local communities, natural disasters, wars. We are always there. Now, I think that here in Greece, and you know, many things started in Greece, so I hope that also this one starts in Greece and is exported in the world. We started to have a more intense cooperation during the years 2015, 2016, in relation to the migration crisis that was affecting Europe. And out of that cooperation that was dealing on different issues, it comes to my mind because I see some of our counterparts, unaccompanied children, very vulnerable groups that need assistance, and IOM and the Orthodox Church here in Greece were working together to support those vulnerable groups. So after that, we started a dialogue that brought us to different parts. I mentioned different parts of Europe and the world. I mentioned Syria because it's probably the most recent one, where we started also to discuss possible cooperation between IOM and the Orthodox Church there. So we realized that maybe there is a scope for going a bit further in this cooperation and try to frame it, to have some places and some fora where we can discuss the issue, but also share information and discuss about needs and possible cooperation. So out of that discussion that started a few years ago, we are coming here today finally to an event where we try to bring together many of you, and we have representation from IOM, also from the headquarters here with us today, to have a discussion, to share ideas, and hopefully to set up a good path that we can start working together after this meeting. As I said, many things start in Greece, and many good things, start in Greece. And here in Greece, there was also a different way of working, because it was not just here in this country. We will continue operating in this way because we found it as a very useful model, and there is a lot of attention from the side of the Ministry of Migration also on working on these issues together. This brings me to introduce the next speaker. He is the State Secretary of the Ministry of Migration, Patroklos Georgiadis. He is a friend of IOM, but he's also a theologist. So I think he is the right person to start this discussion. So please, Patroklos, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Gianluca. Να μεταφέρω και εγώ την
like
του κ.
to
Μηταράκη που δεν είναι εδώ σήμερα
send the regards of the minister, Mr. Mitarakis, who is not here with us today. He couldn't be here with us due to unforeseen
Με τον
events.
Διεθνή Οργανισμό Μετανάστευσης, η
Along with
πολιτεία
the
έχει μια
international,
μακρά παράδοση συνεργασίας.
with the IOM, Greece has been
Σε όλα τα
collaborating for
επίπεδα.
many years on many levels,
Και ιδιαίτερα τα τελευταία χρόνια,
and especially in the
το
last few years,
μεταναστευτικό ζήτημα, το
during
προσφυγικό μεταναστευτικό
the
ζήτημα,
immigration crisis, the refugee
σημείωσε
crisis,
αν θέλετε, έκρηξη, ειδικά
it was a very important issue, especially in the past decade, and the collaboration of the Hellenic states with the IOM
διευρύνθηκε όχι μόνο σε
has
σχέση
been
με
expanded,
τη λειτουργία και την
not only
εποπτεία
when it comes to the
των
supervision of the hospitality of immigrants,
αλλά και με διάφορες άλλες δράσεις,
but also with various other actions,
η βοήθεια
such
για την
as
προσλάβηση για τα
help, mediation for unaccompanied minors,
και αυτή η, αν θέλετε, βοήθεια προς το ελληνικό κράτος,
and also the help, if you will, towards the Hellenic state, and the collaboration
σε σχέση με κάθε πτυχή του.
regarding every aspect of the migration issue.
Γνωρίζουμε επίσης ότι ο Διεθνής Οργανισμός
We also know that the IOM has a presence in over 100 countries all over the world, so we can take advantage, let's say, of its international experience and use the knowledge that they have for the populations of the countries where all these migratory currents come from. On the other hand, both constitutionally and practically, the Orthodox Church plays a very important role in our country. We have a tradition of being an Orthodox country. Don't forget that the Greek Revolution, which we celebrated just a couple of years ago, was based on Orthodox teachings.
Την ίδια στιγμή η
And at the same time, the Church itself, with its mechanisms, it has a network of humanitarian organizations, and as a consequence, we collaborate with the Orthodox Church as the Ministry of Migration and Asylum, especially when it comes to unaccompanied minors, and also we tend to organize actions that coincide with the actions of the IOM. It is a very important initiative to start this dialogue today between the IOM and the Orthodox Church, because in many cases our goals align. They all work towards the same direction. The most important thing in both IOM and the Church, the epicenter, let's say, is people under any legal status, whether they are illegal, whether they are immigrants, whether they are refugees. They have needs, they have rights, and first of all, we ought to protect them and secure fair treatment for all of them, and also a dignified status of living, wherever they are. But mostly in this conversation, I would like to include an extra element when it comes to the Orthodox Church, because sometimes the Church might be misunderstood because it is considered as national-centric, whether in Greece or in Serbia or wherever there is Orthodox Church and Orthodox people. But the reality is that we are ecumenical. And under this notion, it goes hand in hand with the principles and the values of the IOM. And this helps particularly in understanding that we all belong in the same planet. This is why the person, the people, are the epicenter of our work, regardless of their identity, of their race, of their direction. Another thing that is very useful when it comes to the Orthodox Church and during this dialogue that we are about to begin, all those migratory flows come from countries, from many areas in which the Orthodox population and Muslim people coincide and coexist. And we as a state are trying first and foremost to understand how those people think. And we believe that mediation of Orthodox churches, which have already had contact with Islam, will help us understand people that have different beliefs and come from different cultures and different civilizations. The entire East has already come in contact with the world of Islam, and most of all the Orthodox churches that were essentially born in these places where Christianity first appeared. So, from our side, we'd like to take a look with great interest at this dialogue, while keeping in mind that we all have the same purpose, the same goal: to essentially improve as much as we can the living conditions of migrants, to give them opportunities, and at the same time give them the chance to become a part of our society. And with these thoughts, I thank you very much for the invitation, and I wish good luck to this conference, this discussion that you have organized with great pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Georgiadis, for showing, once more how the example of Greece is working extremely well, and maybe we could use it as a model for replicating this in other countries. The next speaker is Minister Vultepsi. I would say a person and a minister that made a difference in dealing with migration in Greece, especially on issues like integration and unaccompanied children, but also an example on how much strong women can lead certain sectors of the policy around the world. Thank you, Mr. Vultepsi, for Mrs. Vultepsi to come, and the floor is yours.
Good morning. I apologize for the delay, but there was a lot of traffic today and I had to travel long distance. I would like, in my turn, to thank Gianluca Rocco and the Greek Church, Father Panteleimon Papasinefakis, for their presence and for their cooperation. From the very beginning, from the very first moment of the establishment of the separate Special Secretariat for Unaccompanied Minors, we wanted to have this cooperation. It was the personal desire of the Prime Minister to involve the Greek Church, because when it comes to humanitarian issues, and especially when we talk about vulnerable groups like children, we cannot possibly talk about races, colors, or countries of origin. And it is very important, the fact that the Orthodox Church actually responded to this invitation and has provided great assistance. But it is also very important, the fact that the International Organization for Migration managed to combine all the different issues that concerned us and to ensure smooth cooperation. But now we need to talk about the future. The Special Secretariat has been very successful in its job. We have completed a large-scale operation in order to identify children who are vulnerable and who are homeless. Upon completion of the study, the number of these children was 5,000. That is why we needed the cooperation and the support of all interested parties, because we needed to stop this from being the case. And that is why we launched this cooperation with the IOM, as well as with other organizations and many other entities. All of these different interested parties actually joined forces in order to resolve this very serious problem. Of course, ever since the children are now greatly protected, Greece has become a model when it comes to the protection of children, and at a global level, I would add. And the very close cooperation we have had with the European Commission and with all our partners allowed us to have these results. Now, this crisis belongs to the past. We have completed 1,500 resettlements in other European countries that show their solidarity and accepted to get the unaccompanied children and to provide them with the protection they need. And this, of course, helped us a lot, since we managed to release a lot of pressure from our system, which is under great pressure. We have been hearing about the shipwrecks over the last year, and we have been hearing about the numbers of people arriving in Greece, half of whom are children. We have arrivals from African countries, many girls, and this is first, and this is the result of the prevalence of jihadism in these countries where girls are being raped, and therefore they are trying to find refuge in other countries. But now, since, as I said, we want to talk about the future, and having decided on our national strategy that will comprise protection and European way of life and gender equality, and respect of the European law. So now, the bet that we need to win, and after establishing the hospitality facilities that have become a reality thanks to the contribution of the IOM, facilities that have been very useful because they managed to save thousands of children, just as is the response mechanism that saved thousands of children. So the next stage will be greatly defined by the new legislation. Last week, we passed something that was greatly needed in Greece. And it is the first time that it connects the stay in the country with education. It will be a guide for the other categories. We start with the children that become adults because, okay, Father Papasinefakis may receive them when they are young, but eventually they turn 18 and they become adults. So it is then that he needs to open the door of the facility in order to let them go. Because one day before turning 18, they were minors, but 18 plus one day, they are adults. And this, of course, involves a risk of marginalization or of criminality. But this will be prevented thanks to the decisions that we have made and thanks to the new law, which provides a 10-year stay permit to the adults, former unaccompanied minors, who have managed to complete successfully 3 grades of middle school, and this up to the age of 23, because, okay, we have many children that arrive at a higher age, and they need more time in order to adjust. We have also a cooperation with UNICEF, on the basis of which we have a transitional program for the education in order to assist these children who face difficulties, because you may have children that speak Urdu and they need to attend a Greek school. So you understand that this linguistic barrier is very difficult to overcome. And thanks to this program with UNICEF, we will provide these children with the opportunities to overcome these barriers. Now, these children will have also an incentive. They will know that their stay here in Greece will be guaranteed. They will be able to study, to be trained in sectors of the economy that can eventually absorb them. The insecurity they have felt previously, because they knew that it would be very difficult to get the asylum status, didn't allow them to focus on their studies, on deciding about their future, on becoming professionals. And by the way, this is exactly the point that we need the support of the IOM and of the Orthodox Partners in order to provide the children with the appropriate profession orientation. Only by doing that, these children will be able to make the choice for the future. We can provide them with guidance, with information, and after the completion of these 3 years in secondary education, they may want to attend a technical school, or they may want to attend a fast-track school of the Greek Manpower Organization. They will be able to do whatever they want. But in order for this to happen, what we'll need is to draft a plan of professional orientation for these children. And again, we will need the support and assistance of all interested parties. And with these thoughts, I would like to thank you for the cooperation that we have had during the last 3 years, which have been very difficult, years without funding. I was obligated to beg because I had to get money from the state budget. And of course, this may have created some frictions. But at the end of the day, we have been successful. And I would like to thank the General Secretary, Patroklos Georgiadis, with whom we had a task force, and we were asking for money from the competent authority, but we have managed to manage the migration, thanks also to the assistance of the IOM that provide us with the necessary support. But now, as I said, we are starting on a new path. 2 years the European Union had to, in order to make the necessary decision. But the point is that at the end of my term, and despite of the many positive things that have happened, without funding, I repeat, my term coincided with these difficulties. I told you that it was very hard to find money. Money was almost inexistent, and we had to come up with ways in order to get money. We were assisted by the foreign governments, like the government of Denmark, of Switzerland. We have this type of negotiations so as to find money from these governments and from the European funds in order to do our job. The point is that we have become the first country, and despite the bureaucratic problems that prevail, that uses funds of the RRF for education and training, which will be provided even to these groups of people and to these children who, in the future, will be absorbed by different sectors of the economy. So, every beginning is difficult. These 2 years have been difficult. Still, we have managed a lot. I would like to thank you for that, and I hope we meet again. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister, for kind words and to give us an overview of what is happening in your ministry in the past 2-3 years. Now I welcome on the podium Mr. Eugenio Ambrosi. He is the Chief of Staff in IOM, and he is the person that, on behalf of the Director General, is following up this file and showing also to all of us the importance that IOM is giving to this next step in this cooperation. Please, Mr. Ambrosi, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Gianluca. Good morning to all of you, and welcome also from my part. One of the reasons why this meeting is obviously important is because I think it's the first time that Gianluca calls me Mister. So it's as a show of respect. But yes, I'm here on behalf of the Director General, from whom you will hear later today, who is very sorry not to be able to be participating in person, but is traveling back from Far Asia, right on the plane right now. So he will be joining you in video during the day towards the end. I'm very happy to be here, also because this is the first meeting of this sort between IOM and the Orthodox partners. And the reason why we are all here and we have decided jointly to organize this meeting is to try to create a space to facilitate both the analysis of the issue we are confronted with, some of which we have already heard in the previous intervention, and also to create a space to improve the dialogue and the coordination, not just in Greece, but hopefully at the global level between IOM and the Orthodox partner. And this event has been designed exactly to facilitate the discussion, to facilitate the analysis on what are the challenges and then opportunities that we have in front of us, and also the difficulties that many situations we are confronted with are presenting to all of us, government, international organization, and the civil society and Orthodox partners alike. We cooperate already with IOM and several of you among the Orthodox churches. We have had so far an extremely fruitful cooperation in several locations, not only here in Greece, where we cooperate on several migration management initiatives since 2021, if I'm not wrong. We work together successfully in Ukraine right now in distribution of non-food items to affected population. We work together in Syria in the emergency and disasters response, also from before the earthquake, but now with the latest tragic event in the north of the country, even more. And I think the cooperation between us has been productive and fruitful, especially because we share the same commitment to assist the most vulnerable among the population that we work with. And of course, we recognize that on the Orthodox Partners side, there is a unique access that they have to the population, especially the most vulnerable one. There is an incredible level of credibility that the Orthodox Church has vis-à-vis this population, and there is a knowledge and links and ties with the community that we try to assist that is special and unique. And this is why working together, I think, increases the positive result and maximizes the effect of what we can bring as an international organization, what you can bring as both governmental and Orthodox partner to the situation we are confronted with. But until now, the coordination and the cooperation has been ad hoc and unstructured, has not been the result of a strategic common thinking and common planning. And this is why we are here today, exactly to create the space and the opportunity to begin a more structured cooperation and coordination and a more in-depth and strategic work together. Migration, as we already heard, and as we all know, is a very complex situation, is a multidisciplinary effort that needs to be made, both from the government side that needs to engage in a whole of government approach and engage in different policy area to respond to the challenge and the difficulties that sometimes migration flow poses, is an issue that cannot be tackled by one single actor, be it governmental or international organization or other actor, and is therefore a situation that can be handled positively for the migrants, for the governments and country concerned, and for all the other actors that are involved, can be tackled successfully only if we are capable of working together, of working in partnership, and of improving partnership more and more on a daily basis. This is the reason why we are here. This is the reason why we hope from the IOM side that jointly with the government authority and with the Orthodox partners from all over the world that are present in the room today, we can move ahead with the planning and with the effective partnership that we have begun to establish here in Greece and in a few other parts, and that we can have a successful discussion that will bring us to define how we better work in Greece, in all the region and country of the world where migrants and local communities need our help and our assistance. So I thank you once more for being here and for being with us, and I look very much forward to the result of this discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ambrosi. And, thank you, Mr. Ambrosi. And now we pass into a session where we have many supporters and partners that unfortunately. Yeah, of course. Thank you. Yeah, we come to a session where we have a lot of supporters and partners that unfortunately could not be here today with us, so they send us some messages. And the first message is from the Vice President of the European Commission, promoting our European way of life, Mr. Margaritis Kinas. So
Dear ministers, Agapiti Υπουργοί, dear Gianluca, ladies and gentlemen, I regret that institutional obligations keep me in Brussels, but I could not miss this opportunity to join you in this important conference, which focuses on one of the key priorities for the European Union. Migration is a European challenge, a challenge that requires a European response. And as I have stressed time and again, to effectively manage migration, we need a clear European framework and a comprehensive, holistic approach. An approach that involves and builds on the support of all relevant stakeholders, including, of course, the International Organization for Migration, our valuable partner, and the religious organizations taking part in your discussions today, who also have a crucial ethical role to play. Dear friends, since the beginning of this Commission's mandate 3.5 years ago, as a European Union, we have repeatedly been the target of systematic, deliberate, and state-sponsored hybrid attacks seeking to weaken or even destroy Europe by exploiting human suffering. The examples are numerous and of very serious concern, from the Greek-Turkish border in Evros to Ceuta to the Belarusian-Polish-Latvian border. In all these cases of instrumentalization, Europe responded decisively. But recent dramatic events in the Mediterranean are a stark reminder that the challenges of migration management remain immense. When it comes to Greece, I would like to remind you that during this Commission, we have managed to build and finance exclusively 100% from the EU budget reception and identification centers for migrants in the main Greek islands, entry points. We put an end to the shame of Moria, and we are building a new system in our external border that is fit for purpose. But we need to do more. This is why an agreement on the Pact on Migration and Asylum that we presented back in September 2020 is absolutely crucial. Now more than ever, there are three main areas where through our action we can make a real difference in the immediate and longer term. The external dimension and our cooperation with the countries of origin and transit is the first of these elements. Secondly, strengthening our external borders with more collective management, but also uniform border procedures. And finally, ensuring effective solidarity and burden sharing. The timing with the current Swedish and the forthcoming Spanish presidency is ideal. It's an opportunity that Europe cannot afford to miss. And I would like to thank the IOM and our religious partners for their unwavering support to make this agreement on the EU Pact possible. Dear friends, the biggest challenge in addressing migration management in the EU is striking the right balance between solidarity and responsibility, which are in fact two sides of the same coin. And I want to be absolutely clear on this point. An overall deal, the ultimate agreement on the new pact, is only possible if both elements of responsibility and solidarity are fully respected. Of course, every member state faces different challenges, and every member state needs to shoulder a part of the responsibility. For far too long, member states at the external border of our Union have carried a disproportionate burden. With our pact proposals, we ensure that they will never, ever be left alone in times of crisis. Let me also be clear on another point that is often a source of misunderstanding. The right to apply for asylum and the principle of non-refoulement are fully embedded in EU and international law. The respect of these principles is non-negotiable for all member states when they exercise the right to control at our external borders. At the same time, our borders, EU borders, inland at sea, must and will be protected. We should continue fighting smuggling, and it is the prerogative of every member state to decide on the most efficient means to do so, in line, of course, with the existing legal framework. New technologies, physical infrastructure, a stepped-up presence of Frontex, it is up to each country to choose the right mix of tools for each section of our external borders. For us, here in Brussels, financing border management by the EU will always remain a top priority. Dear friends, what we're putting in place with a new pact is much more than a regulatory framework. We are building, step by step, a common EU culture for migration management. A new, novel system that guarantees the protection of our borders while being humane and fully in line with fundamental rights. Our union, the European Union, will always remain a place of welcome and asylum for those fleeing war and persecution. Whether in the Aegean Sea, off the coast of Calabria or Libya, every life lost in the hands of smugglers is a tragedy, and it is our responsibility to prevent it. It is inconceivable that the EU is the biggest and better regulated single market in the world. We have the second currency of reference, and still we are not able to come up with a stable and comprehensive framework for migration and asylum. If we fail to reach an agreement before the European elections of May next year, this will be the biggest gift to the populists, to the doomsayers of all forms who are waiting around the corner to discredit the European Union once again. The moment is now to stop working simply as firefighters on patchwork solutions from incident to incident, from boat to boat, and finally reap the fruits of our efforts as architects of a common, cohesive, legislative framework under the new pact. Reaching that agreement is the only credible solution for an EU fit for purpose. I wish you all the very best, and I would very much like to be informed of the work of your conference today. Ευχαριστώ πολύ.
The next video message, and I feel privileged in having the opportunity to introduce him, is coming from His All Holiness, the Ecumenical Patriarch of Constantinople, Bartholomew.
Distinguished organizers and participants, it is with great pleasure. Distinguished organizers and participants, it is with great pleasure that we address the meeting of the International Organization for Immigration of the United Nations being held in Athens under the auspices of the Greek Ministry of Migration. We greet you wholeheartedly and fraternally from the Sacred See and Historical Center of Orthodox Christianity. The uniqueness of your gathering today lies in the invaluable partnership and vital collaboration between the International Organization for Immigration and the diverse Eastern and Oriental Orthodox churches and organizations, which are either interested or involved in migration issues and challenges. As you will no doubt know, the Ecumenical Patriarchate has for many decades advocated and mobilized world authorities and religious believers for greater awareness about and attention to the urgent and consequential impact of climate change for the survival of our planet and its people. Moreover, we have emphasized and cautioned about the manifold and widespread implications that global warming and the environmental abuse are already posing for large-scale populations, especially the most vulnerable among us, what Christian scripture calls the least of our brothers and sisters, for whom our Lord Jesus Christ assumed flesh and dwelt among us. However, these passages are not empty words. They reveal the fundamental importance of God's gift of creation and the profound value of God's image in human beings. This means that not only are we called to recognize the body of Christ in the natural world, but we are also called to respect the face of God in our fellow human beings, especially those who have been oppressed and persecuted through no fault of their own, whether by poverty or drought, as well as persecution or war. Dear friends, migration is undoubtedly one of the most serious challenges of our time, with imminent and immediate repercussions for every region and every country. In this sense, migration is far more than simply a challenge. It is not merely one of many issues that we are obliged to address. The Greek word for crisis, implies that we are judged by the way we respond to critical moments. Therefore, the way we welcome, care for, and embrace migrants and refugees ultimately defines our identity as human beings and civilized nations. We pray for the success of your deliberations and decisions. Countless individuals and families are counting on you for their welfare and very survival.
The next message is from His Beatitude Theodoros II, Pope and Patriarch of Alexandria and all Africa. The message will be read by Archbishop Ioannis Tsafaridis, the Metropolitan of Zambia and Malawi.
Good morning. Thank you very much. Μοζαμβίκη, γιατί είμαι από το κράτος που είναι
Mozambique
και ο
is the
πρόεδρος
state.
στη σχέση.
Message of His Beatitude Pope Theodoros II, Pope and Patriarch of Alexandria and all Africa. Brothers, the Patriarchate of Alexandria has been operating in a geographical space where being refugee is not just a natural reality for many, but it is at the same time a state that is inextricably linked with the lives of many of our African brothers who were made to accept this inhumane way at a given moment of their life. All the wishes and all the good intentions cannot possibly resolve the problem. And this is something that our patriarchate knows very well. And that is why he is on the side of these people, providing support and assistance to all those who are going through these difficult times. In a systematic way, with deep knowledge of the particular characteristics of these nations, of these people, and of the geography, of all the particularities of political conditions that make up the mosaic of the African continent, the Patriarchate of Alexandria does not just make verifications. On the contrary, it tries to find the deeper causes and pathogenicities that create these problems and make these people become refugees. And it is ready to share its valuable experience with all those who wish to become part of the solution of the refugee problem. Unfortunately, the painful legacy of colonialism, the fierce exploitation, biases, illiteracy, diseases are some of the problems afflicting Africa, which intensify refugee flows. It is not just a wish, but also a duty of the civilized world to focus on these issues with determination and with effectiveness in order to heal this wound of humanity. And it has to strike evil at the root. This event is such a step in that direction that effectively contributes to the realization of the size of the problem, but also of the intensity of the refugee issue. And that is why we warmly greet this initiative. And we congratulate sincerely the International Organization for Migration, the Ministry of Migration and Asylum of Greece, and the United Nations on working with great passion and zeal for the organization of this event. Theodoros II, Pope and Patriarch of Alexandria and all Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I correct Metropolitan of Mozambique. I said wrongly before. The next message is from His Beatitude Hieronymus, the Archbishop of Athens and all Greece. And the message will be read by Reverend Papasinefanakis, a friend whose name I keep misspelling, but a friend of IOM here. And he is the General Director of the NGO Syneparkis in Greece.
Χαιρετισμός του Μακαριωτάτου Αρχιεπισκόπου Αθηνών και Πάσης Ελλάδος κυρίου Ιερονύμου του Δευτέρου.
The greeting of Mr.
Αξιότιμοι
Hieronymus, the Archbishop of Greece in Athens. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I am very happy to speak to you in this meeting organized by the International Organization of Migration entitled Migration Challenges and Opportunities, IOM and Orthodox Partners. For the Church of Greece, the care for our most unlucky people is the proof of our Christian faith. What we offer to each of our friends, of our lesser brothers, as the Lord calls them, we offer to Christ himself, as we read at the Matthew Gospel. The foundation of our faith is that people are built in the image of God. So the order of love towards each other underline the kindness, the welcome, and the open arms, the open doors that we never close in the face of strangers, especially during dark years when when these unknown people can be considered as a threat. This message does not stop in philanthropy when it comes to church, but it is embodied in different actions. Since 1978, initially through synodic services and organizations, and until today through the NGO Synύπαρξης, the Church of Greece has never stopped caring for refugees and immigrants by producing a work which is responsible and systematic with respect to the faces of people and their uniqueness. In our efforts, we are trying to help and have the collaboration of all public authorities, but also international and national organizations with a common vision, especially under the auspices of the International Organization of Migration, which is the most important international body with which Synύπαρξης has already signed a memorandum of association since 2020. Migration is a phenomenon as old as time. And unfortunately, as long as the causes of it still exist, migration will keep existing. In the face of every person that is forced to be displaced, to leave their homes, we see the face of Jesus Christ, and we will never stop trying to give our help in an effort for everyone to coexist together happily and peacefully. I wish from the bottom of my heart for the Holy Spirit to be here with you in today's conversation, to give strength to all of you, and also spread the message of love and acceptance to all the peoples. The Archbishop of Athens and Greece, Hieronymus.
Thank you. And now we have a video message from His Beatitude, the Archbishop of Nova Justiniana and all Cyprus, George.
Χαιρετίζω με ιδιαίτερη χαρά το συνέδριο του Διεθνούς Οργανισμού Μετανάστευσης και δηλώνω από την αρχή ότι η Εκκλησία στέκεται με ιδιαίτερη συμπάθεια στους ανθρώπους που αναγκάζονται είτε λόγω πολέμων είτε λόγω θεομηνιών να εγκαταλείψουν τα σπίτια τους και να προσφυγοποιηθούν μεταβαίνοντας σε άλλες χώρες. Οι Κύπροι ιδιαίτερα νιώσαμε αυτήν την ανάγκη όταν είχαμε την εισβολή της Τουρκίας στον τόπο μας. Όμως τα τελευταία χρόνια παρατηρούμε ότι το μεταναστευτικό στην πατρίδα μας έχει γίνει όργανο στα χέρια της Τουρκίας με διάφορους σκοπούς. Πρώτος και κύριος σκοπός της είναι να αλλοιώσει τον δημογραφικό χαρακτήρα και των ελεύθερων περιοχών. Άλλος σκοπός είναι να δημιουργήσει προβλήματα στην οικονομία μας, να δημιουργήσει προβλήματα στην παιδεία μας, αλλά και να χρησιμοποιήσει αυτούς τους ανθρώπους που κυρίως είναι άντρες, μουσουλμάνοι, σε ηλικία που μπορούν να στρατευθούν. Και πρέπει να ξέρει ο κόσμος ότι η συντριπτική πλειοψηφία αυτών των ανθρώπων έρχεται στην Κύπρο μέσω του αεροδρομίου της Κωνσταντινούπολεως. Τους μεταφέρουμε τις τουρκικές αερογραμμές στο κατεχόμενο και παράνομο αεροδρόμιο που βρίσκεται στην Κύπρο.
Which is located in Cyprus. And from there, they are being transferred to the free regions of Cyprus. So this is not, we're not talking about people who have actual need of protection, but we're talking about a plan of the occupying forces of Cyprus to alter, to spoil our way of life. This is why we make a plea to all the international organizations that deal with this issue to take responsibility. Some people might need help, of course, but Cyprus cannot accept a huge number of immigrants. So I would please ask other countries to help in order to distribute this huge number of immigrants that is coming to Cyprus for a specific purpose. So thank you for your efforts, and I'd like to think that you will have a fruitful discussion, because this problem has to do with the very survival of us in our own country. Thank you.
And now we proceed with Mr. Saraf, the former minister and presidential advisor in Lebanon.
Good morning, everybody. First, I would like to thank you for this beautiful meeting. For once, the church who takes care of her flock, soul and life, and the IOM, which takes care of people of whoever religion and origin, to actually meet to cater for a huge problem. I will present slightly this problem of migration in Lebanon, and I would urge the Secretary General to accept to transmit to the Honorable Presence the small synoptic executive summary bullet point that I have provided. Lebanon, whose inhabitants, local inhabitants, originally are 4 million, is now receiving 2.1 million refugees. Out of them, 440,000 are here since 1948, and another 1.6 million who have seeking asylum in Lebanon since the Syrian upheaval. The cost of this presence in Lebanon, the direct cost, is next to $4.6 billion a year. It goes without saying that each one of us, including Greece, has a priority of their own territorial problems, and effectively I salute Deputy Minister Poltaxi for what Greece has done for the refugees, but in terms of, to put things in proportion, Her Excellency talked about 5,000 children to be catered for, while I can tell you in Lebanon we have had 80,000 new births last year, and we are talking about 350,000 kids who need catering. So this explains to you the scale of the problem and explains to you the importance of the presence of this international platform, which joins the church and the international community to cater precisely for these issues. I would like to propose 2 things. The first thing, Lebanon has paid very, very high the price of non-refoulement, as everybody rightfully mentioned. And you have to keep in mind that we have 440,000 refugees who have been in Lebanon for 75 years. And you know what impact is this. I need to give you a small example. The highest concentration camp, the highest concentration settlement of refugees, has a proportion of 50 refugees per 1 local. And that explains to you the impact on the local society. What I would like to present to you now is 2 things. First, the importance of the Antiochian Church, which has paid the highest toll in terms of refugees of the Syrian drama that is unfolding in front of us. And everybody is talking about Muslim refugees, yet we tend to forget that there are no Christian refugees in terms of proportion, just because due to migration and due to displacement, there are no more Christians in this area. And if we continue this trend, and I'd like to give an example, in 1922, 11% of the population of Palestine was Christian. Today, less than 1% of the population of Palestine is Christian. Same goes for Lebanon, Syria, Iraq. What I call on you is effectively to make use of the incredible network and incredibly good relationships between the Oriental Greek Orthodox Church of the area and of the local population and governments to exactly propose not only the assistance of the displaced, but the repatriation. And this is the most important thing. Dignity of the displaced is not by catering for his needs only, but it is for his repatriation honorably, safely to his land. On this topic, I will end my small intervention calling on you all to unify the effort and not actually take care of each problem locally on the state level. And second thing, on this holy Paschal season, Lent season, you have to keep in mind that us as Christians, we do believe that anything we do for any one of those, like our Lord said, you are doing it for him. So I really thank you for accepting that I present the case of Lebanon, where the birth rate of Syrian refugees is close to 62 per thousand, while the normal birth rate for Lebanon is closer to 34. So effectively, this problem is not an impact problem, but it's a long-term problem that has to be addressed by the international community and by the Greek Orthodox Eastern Church. I thank you a million for giving me the opportunity to present Lebanon's case, and do thank you and wish you a very, very happy Easter. Christos Anastas.
Thank you, Mr. Saraf, for bringing us into these interesting thoughts about Lebanon. Now, the next intervention is from Mr. Akobian, member of the National Assembly of the Republic of Armenia, but also a member of the parliamentary delegation to the Interparliamentary Assembly of Orthodoxy.
Thank you. Distinguished participants, dear colleagues. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for this interesting initiative. Today, the problem of migration touches every society around the world, especially in the context of current geopolitical changes. I'm sure that this meeting will provide a good opportunity to address current challenges and how they can be tackled. As in the whole world, in the Republic of Armenia as well, migration flows are becoming more active every year, be it voluntary or forced, immigration or emigration. Using this opportunity, I would like to speak about a huge humanitarian problem the Republic of Armenia faced as a result of the war unleashed by Azerbaijan against Nagorno-Karabakh in September 2020. More than 100,000 forcibly displaced our compatriots were temporarily relocated to the Republic of Armenia. Around 88% of these individuals were women, children, and elderly. The trilateral statement of November 9, 2020, which ceased the military hostilities against Nagorno-Karabakh, clearly stipulates the following. Internally displaced persons and refugees are returned to Nagorno-Karabakh territory and surrounding regions under the supervision of the Office of the UNHCR. However, Azerbaijan continuously violates the trilateral statement by obstructing the return of refugees and internally displaced persons to Nagorno-Karabakh and adjacent regions. Moreover, Azerbaijan is openly implementing resettlement programs by demolishing houses owned by Armenians and buildings housed for Azerbaijanis instead. At the same time, erasing the Armenian inscriptions on the ancient Armenian monument. This all is done with the purpose to eliminate the Armenian trace from the territories of Nagorno-Karabakh that have passed under this control. Recently, the Prime Minister of Armenia instructed the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to start official negotiation with the UNHCR from the return to the Nagorno-Karabakh population to the territories passed under the control of Azerbaijan. This means that international mechanism from the return of Armenians from Nagorno-Karabakh, Hadrut, Shushi, Martuni, and Martakert, Shahumyan, Getashen, Lachin, and other regions of Nagorno-Karabakh should be activated. It's necessary to note that we had 360,000 refugees from Azerbaijan as a result of the First Karabakh War at the beginning of the 1990s. Settlements with a large Armenian population also suffered a similar fare that time. In this regard, representatives of ethnically cleansed Armenians from different cities and regions of Azerbaijan, Baku, Shirvan, Sumgait, Kirovabad, Khanlar, Shamkhur, Nakhchivan, and other regions of Azerbaijan are also appealing to Armenian state authorities, complaining why the Armenian authorities do not raise the issue of their right to return to their homes, accompanied by international peacekeeping forces. I would like also to speak about the influx from Russia to Armenia as a result of the war in Ukraine. According to the Migration Service of Armenia, more than 65,000 citizens arrived and stayed in Armenia in 2022. Armenia is not fully prepared for the inflow of foreigners with the immigration policy. In particular, there are quite a few gaps in terms of regulating and controlling the inflow of foreigners. The lack of service and regulation provided by the state to meet the need of citizens of the Republic of Armenia. But despite these current issues, we can state that we have improving migration dynamics. So there is much work to be done, and we hope we will overcome these issues also through the effective cooperation with our international partners. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jacobian. And now we have the last message from intervention from Mr. Migdalis, the advisor of the Interparliamentary Assembly on Orthodoxy.
Hello, everyone. Dear participants, allow me to thank the IOM of the United Nations, then the Ministry of Immigration for this meeting. And I would like to present the nature and the identity of the Interparliamentary Assembly on Orthodoxy. The Interparliamentary Assembly on Orthodoxy is a political organization that was instituted in 1993
στην Ευρώπη τη δεκαετία του 90, μετά από την κατάρρευση του Σοβιετικού μπλοκ και τη λήξη του ψυχρού πολέμου, τα νεότευτα κράτη του ανατολικού κόσμου αναζητούσαν μια σταθερή πολιτιστική αναφορά με την οποία θα πορεύονταν ως αναξάρτητα πλέον κράτη. Το 1993 φορείς και προσωπικότητες που συμμετείχαν σε συνέδριο που
personalities that took a part in a conference called by the Parliament of the Hellenes realized the need of the orthodoxy, the presence of the orthodoxy as a guideline, as a roadmap in the forming of a new European reality. As a result of this initiative, the Interparliamentary Assembly on Orthodoxy was born. So today, members of the Interparliamentary Assembly on Orthodoxy are the official government delegations, groups of MPs, or independent personalities from 30 countries, 30 European countries, from Africa, Asia, and the US as well. The goal of this organization is the showcasing of a multi-level political and cultural activity towards forming new connections and relations of trust, of understanding, and the showcasing also of orthodox elements that positively affect the understanding between our civilizations and countries. So in a couple of words, we could say that the main goal of our organization is to showcase the Orthodox Christian principles in today's modern political world. So we have two pillars under which we are founded. On one hand, the independent parliament, and on the other hand, the principles and the values of the Orthodox Christian tradition. This year, we celebrate our 30-year anniversary, and during these 30 years, we have managed to build a network of collaborations with various organizations, states, church organizations, as well as institutions of the civil society. These contacts are not just on paper, but we tend to present our opinions publicly and promote the Christian values in modern international reality. The collaboration of the Interparliamentary Assembly with IPU was very important. We took up together major initiatives such as the design of the role of the Parliament in the dialogue for building tolerant societies. The recognition of our contribution has also been made a reality because the presidency of the IPU has called us to take part in the conference that will take place in May regarding the Orthodox dialogue. We also collaborate with the corresponding organization in Addis Ababa in Africa and in Johannesburg in Southern Africa. Also, we have institution connections with the European Commission and the European Parliament in Europe for the future of Europe. Our organization, from the years pre-pandemic, has started the dialogue for the future of Europe, and we asked the European instruments to participate in the civil society with a religious note in the entire process. And even after this discussion have finished, we have published an additional text on which we underline that there is need for specific references in the Christian values of European instruments. Also, another important collaboration is the one with Care for Europe, the organization, which has over 300 organizations of the Catholic and Reformed world, with which we are preparing some common actions in view of the Easter celebrations, which will happen simultaneously with the anniversary of 1,700 years after the First Ecumenic Synod of Nicaea in 1025. Also, we have open channels of communication with other religions, specifically those of the Muslim world. And under this framework, we have signed treaties of collaboration with member states of the Organization of Islam Collaboration. We take into account all the actions of the international organizations of many different other religions. And we are getting ready to inaugurate our collaboration with the World Muslim League in Saudi Arabia. All those collaborations work under a climate of mutual trust and respect and aim at showcasing the common elements of all those different traditions and religious traditions towards peace. We have good relations with all the churches of the Christian world, the Ecumenic Patriarchy in Istanbul. We have visited the churches over there and we have presented our initiatives, especially the one regarding the publishing of a tome regarding Hagia Sophia and our need to showcase the wisdom of God as a common Orthodox background for all Christian churches. Also, we have contacts with churches in Europe, and especially the Committee of Episcopal committees in the Catholic world and European churches. Of course, we can all understand that the churches of Orthodox tradition have a specific institutional system. On one hand, I would say that the Synod is a democratic system, but on the other hand, they allow for the danger of nationalism to enter our discussions, which is, of course, against the efforts of peace. We saw that under the ideology of the Russian world, which led to the Russian invasion in the land of the Ukraine. And today, two brother countries are in a state of war against each other. The Research Society of the European Committee has taken this into account. These types of behaviors are problematic towards the future of Orthodox relationships, and we are making an effort to help them without meddling in their relationships. And we understand that the role of all Orthodox institutions against these worldwide problems, such as the immigration issue, is quite critical, especially during these modern times with the Russian and Ukrainian war. We are trying to surround our efforts around the people and have the principle of love and peace in our mind. In every discussion, when it comes to war zones all over the world, we mostly care about the lack of people that are under fire, are being forced to leave their homes, whether it is in Palestine or in Kosovo, in Congo, in Syria, Nagorno-Karabakh, the Ukraine. These are all people that are in trouble and are in need of help. We should not forget the images of the people drowning in sea in the Mediterranean during the 2014 and 15, where the refugee crisis was at its peak. With these words, I would like to complete my speech, my intervention. We are completing our existence of 30 years right now, and we are entering a new era right now, trying to promote the Christian Orthodox principles in the world of politics. During these 30 years, we have tried to be a trustworthy organization with respected actions recognized by states, international organizations, the churches, the civil state, and the representatives of the Orthodox world. And with this quote, with all the good relationships that we have instituted with all these actors, I'm sure that we can take part essentially in the efforts and the initiatives that will give humane solutions against the challenge of the migration problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you all for the contributions on this first session that is closing now. And now we have a coffee break, and I think we can restart at 12 o'clock. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for being with us in this session. My name is Theodore Fouskas. I'm an assistant professor at the University of West Attica. And I would like to, it's a great pleasure to chair this panel, and I would like to welcome you in the session entitled The IOM and the International Orthodox Cooperation, Challenges and Opportunities for opportunities on the way forward. In this context, I would like to congratulate the IOM for organizing this international meeting. And moving on to the presentations, I would like to first invite Mr. Marcos Bolaris, former minister and MP in Greece, to take the floor. Thank you very much. I would like, of course, to inform the presenters to keep their presentations up to 15 minutes. Thank you very much.
I owe thanks to the International Organization for Migration of the United Nations for the honorary invitation to address people who fight in the field, people who have a great and specialized experience on the crucial issue of migration, women and men who handle the challenge of supporting our fellow human beings, the immigrants, who are forced to take the path of migration under pressure from various reasons and causes. I would like also to thank separately the IOM Greece mission and its director, Mr. Gianluca Rocco, for organizing this conference, wishing success both in the conference and in the actions of the IOM Greece mission to relieve our suffering fellow human beings, the refugees. Allow me to offer two introductory thoughts, two thoughts on the causes that create the problem, before I refer to my proposal for managing the migration problem as a result. I turn my gaze to Africa. For Greeks, Africa has been dear since the times of mythology. The relationship between the Greeks and Egypt, Libya, Tunisia, Ethiopia is ancient. Homer, in this epic Iliad, opening official the Greek literature, mentions the Ethiopians, and then Herodotus, Plato, and Aristophanes succeeded Homer. It is crucial to tell you that Crete is as far from the source of Africa as it is from the port of Piraeus. Therefore, I rightly turn my gaze to Africa, seeking the causes of the waves of immigration that were swelling since the United Nations is essentially the most responsible in the searching for the causes of such a significant upheaval for millions of our fellow human beings. I'm quite sure that I will refer to globally known problems if I start listing the problems caused by migration waves, that is, if I mention poverty, hunger, lack of water, lack of healthcare infrastructure, the degraded education system, underdevelopment, wars, riots, lack of essential transport infrastructure, and so on. It is also certain that I would bother certain people if I insisted on focusing on the practices of a neo-colonial system that engages in the plundering of the wealth of African continent. I'm referring to neo-colonial interventions by states that supposedly cooperate and the multinational companies that in practice snatch wealth for a minimal price or no price. Certainly, the value of the minerals gold, copper, diamonds, oil, and timber exported from Africa is of such magnitude that if their price corresponded even minimally to half of the world's commercial value, African countries could seriously tackle the major development problems of their countries and the living standards of their peoples. And for this podium, I consider it critical and useful to repeat in front of the international community that our culture, the so-called Western or European culture, in this 21st century is controlled, judged, and condemned by the indifference of many in the face of the inhuman greed of the powerful, greed that in Africa, in Asia, has taken uncontrollable dimensions once again. There are all the problems of the post-colonial era. Added to these problems of underdevelopment, there are the problems of the insatiable desire of power, the imposition of the strong craze on the weak, the division of the continent artificially as it was divided by the forces of colonialism, and all these gather winds, cause storms that chase the weak, swell refugee waves, and fill immigrant camps with our oppressed fellow human beings. And the management of these immigrants by itself, the management of the consequences of wrong or bad or thieving or criminal or destructive political policies is a huge challenge for the United Nations, the receiving countries' governments, the IOM, as well as non-governmental organizations and churches in Africa, Asia, Middle East, and Europe. Of course, it is impossible not to turn our attention to the tragedy unfolding in the neighborhood of Europe, in Ukraine, with enormous displacement in neighboring and not only countries of refugees and immigrants from here and there. Surely, any existing structures and programs have been severely tested, and new actions and interventions are rushing to adapt to the painful and rapidly changing warlike developments. It is absolutely clear, in my humble opinion, that all this planning, this gigantic operation, is subject to crucial improvements both in design and execution, and of course, it could become much more effective if the assistance of new forces that would enlist in this struggle were secured. Improvement in tackling the problem, both in terms of addressing the intensity of the causes of underdevelopment and in managing the results, such as migration, can be achieved by the arrival of new forces in the struggle for humanity, for our unfortunate fellow human beings. At this point, I believe it is critical to propose the alliance of the churches. As a member of the Orthodox Church, I am authorized to appeal primarily to it, and I am authorized to ask for its enlistment in the healing of our fellow human being, the African, the Asian, the European, the Middle East, who fell into the hands of robbers, the immigrant of the same faith. I am entitled to recall the parable of the Good Samaritan of the Gospel and to juxtapose the indifference of the priest and the Levite in the parable with what is happening today, and to seek its enlistment in the healing of the fallen victim to the hearts of the thieves, our fellow human, the immigrant. In recent years, local national churches and the ecumenical patriarchate have developed noteworthy structures for the reception and management, but mainly the integration of migrants through various actions. However, the nature of the challenges and the constantly evolving and expanding needs highlights the necessity of cooperation, a direct cooperation between specialized Orthodox organizations, particularly through the framework of IOM, which invites us today to come together for this purpose. So today, I hope that we seize the opportunity and united, coordinate, and with a plan of collaboration and intervention through a collaborative intervention of the patriarchates and the autocephalous churches, imitating the Good Samaritan, we move forward to support the immigrants, initially and primarily in their homelands, and then in the refugee camps. With the creation of an Orthodox network of actions, working closely with the IOM, church organizations will be able to receive direct support from programs, primarily materials, and immediate humanitarian aid, as well as support and training of specialized personnel in the entire process of survival and adaptation of immigrants of their new lives and realities. Thanks to the existence of this network, our needy Orthodox brothers can receive the appropriate help and support immediately. It is important in these difficult times, in times of human pain, for the Church to take the lead where there is pain, need, poverty, and death. And because the intensity exceeds the capabilities of each church, their cooperation is critical to become a significant intervention force. Therefore, as a second step, I consider it will be important to cooperate with the other Eastern Orthodox churches, such as the Copts of Egypt, the Syriac Orthodox, the Armenians, the Assyrians, the Ethiopians, in the field of solidarity and practical love, keeping in mind that the Lord Jesus Christ did not randomly mention a Samaritan and did not speak about an Orthodox Jews in this parable. A challenge, therefore, challenge for all of us, challenge for the churches and their leaders, a challenge to gather more forces to address the causes and the consequences that create migration, a challenge of bringing together the ecclesiastical forces of all Orthodox churches in principle, forces that are called to overcome competition and rivalry, to roll up their sleeves and prepare to wash their feet, to rinse the wounds of our fellow human beings who have unjustly fallen into the sea of human greed and malice, which especially arms brother against brother. Therefore, human forces must first mobilize material resources, immediately develop a strategic plan, and initiate effective collaborations with the United Nations, the IOM, and its individual states to achieve the best possible result. The challenge is present. The fellow humans, the battered immigrant, blooded, hungry, thirsty, homeless, without food, medicine, or doctor, children without families, and parents without children, a challenge for our humanity. It calls us. Will we respond? Thank you for your attention and invitation. I wish you strength to continue with your valuable work. Thanks a lot. Thank you, President.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bolaris. Before moving on, I would like to emphasize certain points, focusing, of course, on representation on African migration and the role of joining forces and bringing together in a collaborative context this framework of collaboration in supporting in an holistic way the causes and the consequences of migration for people on the move. Moving on to the next presentation, I would like to give the floor to Metropolitan of Pisidia, Job Cheka from the Ecumenical Patriarchate of Turkey. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Distinguished participants, first of all, I would like to thank the International Organization for Migration for organizing this meeting in cooperation with different Orthodox partners and the Greek Ministry of Migration and Asylum on the theme Migration, Challenges and Opportunities, and for the opportunity given to me to speak. Today I have the honor to represent His Holy Holiness, the Ecumenical Patriarch Bartholomew, who is following your initiative with great interest and who has asked me to convey to you his patriarchal and paternal blessings as well as his cordial greetings. The topic of your meeting is familiar to me as the Orthodox Metropolitan of Pisidia, who takes care of thousands of Orthodox Christians living today in the south of Turkey. At the end of the years 2000, the Turkish Riviera, where my eparchy is located, became a favorite holiday destination for nationals of Eastern Europe, the Caucasus, the Balkans, and the Middle East. Some of them, wealthier, bought some homes here and even decided to settle there. In addition, some women from these countries married locals and following the birth of their children, brought the grandmothers to take care of them. Many of these nationals were Orthodox Christians and wished to practice their faith. In 2008, at the request of a group of Slavic tourists, a first Divine Liturgy was celebrated on Easter Day in the region of Antalya, in the Garden of Tolerance of the city of Belek, which had been opened in the year 2004, with on its side a mosque, a church, and a synagogue, to reflect love, tolerance, and fraternity of religions in Anatolia. Subsequently, occasional celebrations were organized in Antalya until, during the years 2009-2011, the Ecumenical Patriarchate was able to purchase the Roman Orthodox St. Alypios Church in the old town of Antalya, the former household chapel of the Danielidi family. According to the founding inscription, the church was built at the expense of the cousins Evstratios and Ephraim Danielidi in the years 1843-44. After the events of 1922, it became a private property and had been abandoned for about 85 years. Since the acquisition of the church by the Ecumenical Patriarchate and its restoration thanks to the financial support of Greek friends, the church functions now daily as the center of the Holy Metropolis of Pisidia to meet the growing needs of all the Orthodox faithful in the region. Today, according to official statistics from the governor of Antalya, there are about 50,000 Russian nationals and 21,000 of Ukrainian nationals, not counting the many Belarusians, Georgians, Moldavans, Bulgarians, and Romanians. These statistics do not include the many people from these countries who have received the Turkish citizenship and who are therefore counted as Turkish in the censuses, as well as those who are here more or less temporarily, without a residence permit, either for reasons is a privileged destination, not only for Ukrainians, but also for Russians who want to escape military mobilization. Thus, the number of Orthodox Christians is settling today in my region is constantly rising due to migration. Migration is a great opportunity for our church, an opportunity well seized by my predecessor of blessed memory, Metropolitan Sotirios of Pisidia, who, having taken his well-deserved retirement after remarkable pastoral work in Korea, did not breathe for a single moment, but on the contrary sat down to work. After his first visit to the region of Antalya, where he met hundreds of Orthodox Christians thirsty for liturgical and sacramental life, he devoted himself entirely, and this at a more than advanced age, he was then more than 80 years old, to serve the pastoral needs of the Orthodox Christians who had settled in the region. This new situation, a direct consequence of migration, led to the construction of two new churches in the Holy Metropolis of Pisidia. The Church of the Mother of God of Pisidia was the first church built in the suburb of Alanya in 2015. This first church was built to serve the needs of the local Orthodox Christians with the permission of the local authorities. The construction of the church took only 3.5 months and began thanks to the generous donations from believers from various parts of the world, mostly from Greece, according to the project of the architects IOM Theologos from the Holy Mountain and Emin Kochak. On November 15, 2015, the church was solemnly opened by His All Holiness Ecumenical Patriarch Bartholomew, and since then the church functions daily. It is located in a mountainous region north of the municipality of Mahmudlar, 7 kilometers from the city center. A second church, dedicated to St. Paul, was built according to the project of the same architect, Hieromon Theologos, not far from the ancient city of Side, in the municipality of Manavgat, and consecrated last year in 2022, thanks to the financial support of the monastery of Vatopedi and the Society of Mediterranean Culture of Athens, with the approval of the local authorities. The church has now been functioning regularly since Pascha last year. These three churches, one old and two new, the Church of St. Alypios, the Church of the Mother of God of Pisidia, and the Church of the Holy Apostle Paul, are the pride and spiritual refuge of thousands of Orthodox faithful who today reside in the region of Antalya, in the canonical territory of the Holy Metropolis of Pisidia, following migratory flows. However, due to the constantly growing number of faithful, these churches are no longer enough, and new churches would be needed. However, with these new opportunities comes new challenges. One of the challenges stems from the multi-ethnic nature of our community. Fortunately, the coexistence of Russians and Ukrainians in the context of the war in Ukraine within our ecclesial communities is peaceful, because the Orthodox faith in Christ does not divide, but on the contrary unites humanity. As St. Paul once wrote, there is neither Jew nor Greek, there is neither bond nor free, there is neither male nor female, for you are all one in Christ Jesus. However, the presence of believers of diverse origins demands the use of diverse languages in the liturgy, in the preaching, and in the catechism, as well as being sensitive to the uses and customs of various ethnic groups, which therefore require a polyglot clergy. Thus, we use in our eparchy the Julian calendar with which the majority of the faithful are familiar. The Lord's Prayer, the Our Father, is recited in many languages during the Divine Liturgy, and we do catechism in various languages. Moreover, the massive influx of nationals from Eastern Europe, accompanied by an increased demand for housing, has caused the price of real estate to soar, which has doubled in the space of a year in the context of an economic crisis. Some blame foreigners, especially Russians, for the inflation. And for these reasons, some do not welcome migration and may even take a dim view of our presence and our pastoral work. This is why our pastoral work requires a great deal of discernment, patience, wisdom, and diplomacy. Nevertheless, migrations gives us hope of seeing our ecclesial life flourishing in the region. This hope was already expressed in the year 2009 during the consecration of the Church of St. Dimitrios in Prinkipo, near Istanbul, by His Holiness the Ecumenical Patriarch Bartholomew, whom I have the honor and privilege to represent today at this honorable meeting, and whose words I will quote to conclude my brief intervention. I quote, "Today we are standing here with our heads held high, with a heart filled with prayer and good hope, which is shaped by God. And precisely because there is hope and there is a future, we are restoring our churches one by one and returning all the precious relics of our faith and people. Here are the sanctuaries of our faith. Here they are. Here are the graves of our fathers. Here are the relics of our saints. Here is the pious heritage of our people. And here we continue to be confessors of our faith in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ. We continue to carry His cross, becoming partakers of His passion, His Golgotha, nourished by the great mystery of His resurrection." End of the quote. I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for this presentation and for giving us an overview on actually what migration should be and the role of the church, especially migration should be associated with hope and the future of individuals and how this can be improved, and emphasizing on the unity that should be accompanied under this context, considering opportunities and challenges. Thank you very much, and we continue to the next presentation of Reverend Simchon Temo, Assyrian Church of the East. The floor is yours for the next 15 minutes. Thank you very much.
Στο όνομα του Πατρός και του Υιού και του Άγιου Πνεύματος. Firstly, we praise and honor our Heavenly Father who has given us the grace to be here today. Secondly, I'd like to thank all the organizers who allowed this event to take place. IOM, International Organization for Migration, Greek Ministry of Migration and Asylum, and other Orthodox Christian brothers and sisters. It's a pleasure to be with you all. I'll begin with the origins of our church from the New Testament account, Evangelio κατά Μάρκον, κεφαλαίο 6, στίχος 7, the Gospel of Mark. Then Jesus went around teaching from village to village, calling the 12 to him. He began to send them out 2 by 2 and gave them authority over impure spirits. Now, one of the disciples, known as St. Thomas, sent his student, Adde, sometimes known as Thaddeus, to spread the gospel to our people in Mesopotamia. The apostle Adde was sent to the city of Edessa about 3 years after the Lord's resurrection and preached the gospel to the citizens who were descendants of ancient Assyrians and Babylonians. Hence began our church, the Assyrian Church of the East. Our beloved people were the first to accept and embrace Christianity, possess the oldest liturgical anaphora, and still speak a dialect of the language of Jesus Christ. However, from the early periods of Christianity, the Assyrian Church and its people have undergone migration issues due to persecution at the hands of various enemies of the true faith in Jesus Christ. The theme of migration throughout history has continually shadowed the Assyrian people, and it's still persisting in its challenges today. However, despite the difficulties our people have faced, our journey in spreading the gospel continually moved throughout the East, to Persia, Mongolia, India, China, and as far as Japan. Our voyage not only moved to the East, but we also migrated to the West, finding refuge in numerous European countries, including Cyprus and Greece. Fast forward hundreds of years. During the early 1900s, Greece became a safe haven and sanctuary for the well-being of our Assyrian migrants fleeing persecution. Our people found refuge by settling in Iralio and Moschato. In 1926, the Assyrians who dwelt on this blessed land formed a union providing refuge and aid to former migrants fleeing oppression. The Assyrian Union, now still based in Iralio, provided all sorts of support such as care programs, food, shelter, clothing, pharmaceutical aids. This was all done by the help of the CEO, Kyriakos Bacharas, and Deacon Ioannis Kiosampa. The Assyrian Union flourished in offering numerous programs such as Aramaic, the language of Christ, and Greek language lessons, church liturgical studies, seminars, historical lessons, cultural excursions, athletics, and participation in various sporting events. The Assyrian people have continued to live on this beautiful land on which the blessed St. Paul preached. And by the grace of God, we still continue some of these programs despite the modern hardships of fleeing from ISIS persecutions and minimal opportunities within our homelands. As we know, the situation in Iraq and Syria is quite tough, especially under the current circumstances that took place about a month ago regarding the earthquake, and also Turkey, of course. The current state of our people is quite difficult. There are numerous hardships that include economy, wages, work opportunities, and just general quality of life. As we all know, we are minorities. As Christians, we are minorities in those lands. I believe this is the beginning of our dialogue and communication together for the benefit of our beloved Christian brothers and sisters. God willing, some points we can discuss a continual dialogue from the IOM with our Patriarch Mar Awad III in Erbil, Iraq. Also, how can IOS help or support, guide our people who are there? What can they do for our people to remain on such lands? Also protecting our people from enemies of the true faith, work, business opportunities, health and aid support. All these aspects go a long way. Back to Greece. Now, along our journey as migrants, our people have embraced the Greek culture and of course found comfort in knowing that orthodoxy runs throughout the country's veins. Our people are forever grateful to the land of Greece for welcoming the Assyrians who share the same faith and comparable cultures. As Orthodox brothers and sisters, we all have experienced migration matters because of persecution, and we share in each other's pain and trauma. Persecution of the Greeks by the Ottoman Empire, Soviet Union, modern-day Turkey, we understand your pain. We know migration and persecution have always been a part of our culture and identity, and considering each other's pain allows the persecuted ministries, migration organizations to work together for the sake of humanity. In conclusion, and moving forward in love and peace, the future is bright here in Greece for Orthodox migrants who are fleeing persecution in countries where faith in Jesus Christ cannot be practiced in peace. So we ask our beloved brothers and sisters, IOM, International Organization for Migration, Greek Ministry of Migration and Asylum, and other Orthodox Christian brothers and sisters, to work together in helping our Orthodox sons and daughters who are struggling abroad, to bring them to the blessed land of Greece, and as Greece will become a beacon of light to those who are suffering, knowing that they dwell in a land of peace where they can practice the true orthodoxy without any persecution, goes a long way. Some factors that can be discussed are migration pathways, governmental housing and shelter, medicinal aid, food, education, and most importantly, their spirituality. And for our beloved Assyrians, who have been here in Greece for 20, 30, 40 years plus, who were once migrants themselves from persecuted lands, and desire a pathway which they can be supported and guided for a better future. Some factors for these people can be discussed are work opportunities, possible help to Greek citizenship, financial and pharmaceutical aid to help widows, and most importantly, as a registered Orthodox Church here in Athens, a place of worship for our parishioners. We are truly grateful to the land in which we reside, and to the people who have helped us on this wonderful journey. May the Lord guide us all for a prosperous, blessed 2023 and future. And that we all work together in harmony for the sake of God's glory and His people. Also, I'd like to mention His Grace Bishop Mar Abraham Yohannes from the Assyrian Church of the East Diocese of Western Europe sends his blessings and wishes us a safe and blessed Holy Easter from the bishopric in London. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend, for this presentation and for presenting and giving emphasis on the role of not only the forced migration experience, but how the persecution actually accompanies and is a phenomenon that we see in this framework. Also, the role of association is crucial for the integration and support, but creating the ideal environment for opportunities and mentioning, of course, all these levels of integration from education to accessing employment, housing, and of course having this environment to exercise faith and, of course, creating a cohesive and peaceful reality. Moving on to the next presentation, I would like to invite Reverend Pandelimon Papasinefakis, General Director of NGO Syniparxis in Greece. The floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Ευχαριστώ πολύ κύριε συντονιστά.
Thank you very much, moderator.
Σεβασμιότατοι, σεβαστοί πατέρες,
Reverend Fathers, Minister, dear Gianluca, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor to be a part of this conversation today. I would like to thank the IOM for the initiative of calling such a meeting and also for the honorary invitation. I'm not here to just present the work of the Church of Greece, but the importance of synergy. I am here today as the General Director of NGO Syniparxis, which is an urban non-profit organization of the Church of Greece that has been around for decades in the field of support of immigrants, refugees, and asylum seekers, and thus offering an important work. Above all, just give me a minute because we have technical problems with the slides. Above all, I am a priest, a man of church, so I would like to start by some theological comments, as this meeting has to do with Orthodox partners and the collaboration among us. So I would like to mention the way with which the Church of Greece understands the foreigner and the reasons why they consider it as their debt to protect them and help them. Through the Holy Scripture, the Book of Immigrants and Foreigners, and many numerous sources, of the Orthodox faith, the stranger, the other person, is our brother. In the face of the stranger, the Christian sees Jesus Christ himself. He sees the Word of God that migrated to this world as a foreigner to save us humans. Its sermon forms a reality, an important reality in dealing with the other, the stranger. In the Christian life, there is no Judah, there is no Christian, there is no woman, there is no man. There are no distinction, there are no prejudices, because everything has been made in the face of God. The Church of Greece, by understanding the society as a loving society of people, as a society As Greeks, we always honored hospitality, and we always helped our fellow men, regardless of their color, their race, and where they come from. So the Church of Greece is facing the induction of migrants and refugees within its arms from 2012 until today through NGO Synύπαρξης. Synύπαρξης has great experience and know-how regarding legal and psychological support for refugees, and also actions regarding the promotion of understanding, intercultural understanding. Since 2020, our action has been expanded in the field of child protection. We introduced 5 hospitality facilities for unaccompanied minors. We offer services regarding not only the coverage of the basic needs, but also the general support for the development of their personality and their skills. Our goal is to prepare them for adulthood and becoming autonomous human beings, and their integration in the Greek and Hellenic and European society. In the framework of achieving our statutory goals, Synύπαρξης takes part in various networks, societies of immigrants and refugees in Greece, and collaborates closely with national, European and international institutions and organizations that work in the field of the protection of human rights. Among them, and in a very important position for us, is the International Organization for Migration. Our relationship with the IOM is not something new, and it wasn't made by luck. It is not based on temporary chances or an extraordinary need. It is an essential collaboration, fruitful ever since 1992. Up to this day, and I'm sure that it will happen in the future as well, when the IOM and the Ecumenic Organization for Refugees were sharing the same offices in Kalamaki, and they have collaborated in numerous important programs regarding immigrants and refugees. And in February 2020, this relationship was rekindled with the signature of a memorandum of association, and we set a new foundation for the support and help of hundreds of unaccompanied minors. The IOM, this excellent organization regarding refugee issues, is an important ally for us, sharing its experience, its know-how and its financial support, and has supported the work that we do effectively. An important parameter of our work is the study and the monitoring of the refugee phenomenon. In that way, we can pinpoint the areas where we need to intervene, and this is how we chart our strategy in order to design actions and ask for funding and synergies. It is a fact that Greece, during the last years, has been facing multiple challenges regarding the immigration issue. The reduction of the flows is for sure a very important development, but the presence of an important number of refugees brings to the surface these challenges in a very demanding way. This is why we need a systematic and holistic plan of actions for the social inclusion of those fragile people. The sense of inclusion, social inclusion, has to do with the participation of a person or a group of people in the social world. This goes both ways. It's a dynamic process that demands efforts from all members participating in it. This process is becoming very difficult in the case of refugees and immigrants. They have been displaced from the countries where they were born and grown up, their communities, their relationships, to find themselves in a country where the social understanding do not help them feel included. In conjunction with the inefficient living conditions, there is a danger of those people being socially excluded, being marginalized, and essentially the loosening of the cohesion of the society, with negative impact both for them and for the countries that accept them. As I mentioned before, the process of social inclusion is a multi-level phenomenon. It includes actions that have to do with their easement in basic goods and services, legal services, housing, education, the market, intercultural collaboration, and the fight against racism and xenophobia. Apart from that, a very important parameter in order to protect those populations from the danger of social exclusion, as shown by the researchers, is the support of their capability to create social bonds, to form social bonds. So it is imperative to cultivate the sense of security for those people in creating safe spaces for them to live and to mingle. In synύπαρξης, we deeply believe that the role of the Church, their institutions and the clergy is of the utmost importance in welcoming those people and initially accepting them to the country, but also in their efforts to become a member of the society. We have a wide range of actions because Church can act at an institution level in order to train people and form strategic actions through synύπαρξης, but also at a level of parishes and through the clergy to support the collaboration of the entire society and promote the acceptance of immigrants and refugees. This is one of the basic actions of σύμπραξης. Through psychological and social supports, the promotion of education, language courses, and getting to know the European and Greek civilization. In that way, people will be able to go to public services in Greece, become a part of the daily life and everyday society. In this framework, our collaboration with the IOM, initially in order to build hospitality facilities, which will not be a warehouse of souls, but there will be real homes, real houses that will help those people feel secure. This has been going on, especially during the years of the pandemic. and it is continued with the necessary offer of food and know-how. This collaboration is an example of how two big organizations can work together, can communicate, and also produce results. Without the naive, allow me to say, insecurity that exists sometimes in other sectors, that someone will grab the thunder of someone else, for example, because when collaborating with someone, the only thing we have in mind is for the collaboration to be fruitful in favor of those in need. So under this framework, the future calls us to seek new paths through which refugees and immigrants will not be faced as passive receivers of goods, services and information, but they will be received as actors. We need holistic goals in order to create synergies and expanded actions with the support of the IOM, which we always expect, and this will bring the best results possible. For refugees to form strong relationships, essential support, and becoming the protagonists of their own story, and living in harmony on behalf of all. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to conclude my intervention by mentioning a short story. 2.5 years ago, the 16-year-old Mohammed arrived from Iran in one of our facilities. His story was unique, as himself was, but at the same time common, as the common faith of all people that have been displaced. Fear, traumatic experiences, difficulties, but also the need to keep the light on. With the help of Syniparxis, he proceeded with his legal issues. He was enrolled in a Greek school, he received psychological support, and he started feeling safe and strong in order to dream again. Without having zero experience, he started taking hairdressing classes in Syniparxis, in the framework of a program that we have in order to support the skills of young children. He managed to distinguish himself, and thanks to scholarship, he started taking courses in a hairdressing school where he received his degree. He is now an adult, he lives by himself, he can support himself, and he's back at the hairdressing workshop that we have as an assistant professor. 2 days ago, he uploaded something in Greek on his social media, which I would like to share with you. Yesterday, Akbar and myself went to the philanthropic institution Helping Hands in order to cut the hair of homeless people, and we are very happy to do that God gave us the opportunity to help people, and I'd like to thank the family of Syniparxis who believed in me and taught us how to help each other. For us, this is social inclusion, this means social inclusion, and this is the challenge for the future for all of us. Thank you so much.
With the last presentation, and on the behalf of Archbishop Ioannis Saftaridis, Metropolitan of Zambia and Malawi, I would like to invite in the panel Evangelos Paras, who will represent him. Thank you very much.
Καλησπέρα σας. Μεταφέρω τις απολογίες του Σεβασμιωτάτου Μητροπολίτη Ζάμπιας Ιωάννη. Δεν μπόρεσε να παραμείνει μέχρι τώρα στην εκδήλωση, διότι ταξιδεύει για Ζάμπια, όπου προετοιμάζει τις εκδηλώσεις για τις Άγιες Μέρες του Πάσχα. Μου ζήτησε να σας αναγνώσω το κείμενό του. Αγαπητοί συμμετέχοντες, εκ προημίου θα ήθελα να συγχαρώ τους διοργανωτές της εκδήλωσης τόσο από τον Διεθνή Οργανισμό Μετανάστευσης όσο και από το Ελληνικό Υπουργείο Μετανάστευσης για την εξαιρετική πρωτοβουλία. Το φαινόμενο της μετανάστευσης και της προσφυγιάς μπορεί να είναι στις μέρες μας σε έξαρση, όμως δεν πρέπει να λησμονούμε ότι πρόκειται για ένα φαινόμενο που ανάγεται στα βάθη των αιώνων. Ο πρώτος πρόσφυγας εξάλλου, σύμφωνα με τη χριστιανική παράδοση, ήταν ο Χριστός, ο οποίος ως βρέφος εγκατέλειψε με την Αγία Οικογένεια τη Βιθλεέμ υπό το διωγμό που εξαπέλυσε εναντίον του ο Ηρώδης και βρέθηκε στην Αίγυπτο. Μία οικογένεια με μωρό εκπατρίστηκε υπό το καθεστώς φόβου από τις πατρογονικές της εστίες για την επιβίωσή της. Το παλέφατο Πατριαρχείο Αλεξανδρίας και Πάσης Αφρικής και ο προκαθήμενος Πάπας και Πατριάρχης Αλεξανδρίας Θεόδωρος ο Δεύτερος.
The Patriarch of Alexandria, Theodore II, has mentioned in many times that we ought to deal with the immigrant issue at its source and not just analyzing the results. We need to cure the places where the migrant flows begin, create channels of communication. It's an evangelical command and our debt. In the recent visit of Pope Francis, the Pope underlined some of the sources of the crisis, such as, quotes, poverty, climate change, the protection of the rights of people, the protection of childhood, the protection of women, religious fundamentalism, the crisis of values, etc. The common goal of everyone is a one-way street for the promotion of brotherhood among people, among countries. So these sources of instability need to be dealt with in order for the people to coexist together harmonically under peace and not to have the need for large groups of people to displace themselves. The Church plays a very important role under this rule, and is it and should promote the values of Christianity and brotherhood in order to eradicate the phenomena of racism. Also, religious persecution is a very important phenomenon, especially in Africa, which is a Christian continent, with the exception of some Muslim countries. There are a lot of Orthodoxies there, especially in Congo, Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, etc. In the last few years, religious persecution that exists in the Middle East, threatening the Christian people with war, has crossed the border to Mozambique from the jihadi threat. In the sub-Saharan area up to Egypt, Christian populations are being tormented by Islam extremists. Religious freedom is very low on the priorities of human rights, and unfortunately it is covered by issues of gender, sexual orientation and race. Hundreds of thousands of people have been displaced from their homes due to their religious beliefs. Many of them have been killed, murdered, subjugated, or changed faith. We have cases like this in Ethiopia, Algeria, Iraq, Uganda, Congo, even Mozambique. The Church states that all people, regardless of their cultural origin and religious start, according to the Bible, come from the law and grace of God. This is why when this human freedom is under war, we all have to suffer. We all suffer, especially if we want to call ourselves human beings. This immigration issue is hurting all Christian society and each members of it specifically by demanding specific actions and stances. It is in our hand to rise to the occasion with love to our fellow men and with pure intentions. Thank you very much. And since the Archbishop of Zambia is not here, I would like to mention that he's one of the people that he has really fought in order to improve the situations of life of immigrants and refugees. For example, he has played a very important role while handling humanitarian assistance to the concentration settlements in Zambia in 2018 during the pandemic. He secured humanitarian aid from Greek Hellenic forces, he transferred it to Zambia with his own actions, and he himself, along with the Greek emissary, went to a bus, traveled for 11 hours in order to transfer this humanitarian aid to the camp in Zambia in order to help, along with the head of the IMO, the local office, and the head of the local office of the UN. They all helped together in order to improve the conditions of everyday life in this settlement in Congo. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Using this, we can really understand the importance of the synergies and the outcome that can emerge after that. And of course, in this context, giving emphasis on the problems of poverty, of social exclusion that, as you mentioned before, and it was, as we understood from all presenters, can create multiple negative impacts for both the moving populations, but also for the reception societies, and can harm harmonious coexistence. So the role here of the Church have been highlighted in these presentations, and of course, even issues that have to do with religious freedom and how the means that can be channeled through Church is, of course, not only to empower societies to understand and, of course, support the harmonious intercultural coexistence with migrants and refugees, but also to help societies understand and perceive and act positively towards migration. And here is, of course, the role of the Church that can be decisive and along with the forces and the means of international organizations like the IOM, can be a very successful result. Thank you very much for attending this panel. Now we will have a break for lunch according to the schedule, and we'll continue with the afternoon session. Thank you for being in this panel. Thank you.
Kalispera σας. Welcome again in this very interesting dialogue which started this morning. My name is Christine Nikolaidou. I'm Public Information Officer in IOM Greece. I'm very proud to be part of this discussion on how existing cooperations could enhance the support to migrants and local communities, and of course how new synergies could be born. Allow us a flexibility on this session with regards to the speakers, because there are some last-minute changes on their schedules. So we will start with a message from Mr. George Papandreou, former Prime Minister of Greece. Thank you very much.
Let me begin by expressing my deepest gratitude to the International Organization for Migration for extending this invitation to me. It is a great honor to address you today and speak on a matter of utmost importance, the critical role of religious institutions in humanitarian assistance. For centuries, religious communities across the globe have played a pivotal role in providing aid and support to those in dire need. Whether it is in the provision of shelter, food, or medical care, religious orders and monasteries have always been at the forefront of such efforts. With the proliferation of conflicts, natural disasters, pandemics, and deprivation, religious actors are often the first responders on the ground, providing life-saving assistance and creating safe spaces for dialogue and peace building. I have seen firsthand the incredible impact that religious institutions can have on humanitarian relief work. They bring not just resources, but also a sense of community, empathy, and compassion that can make all the difference in the lives of those affected by crises. They bridge divides, foster understanding, and help build a more just and more equitable world. So let us celebrate and recognize the invaluable contributions of religious institutions and actors in humanitarian assistance, and work together to build a more peaceful and compassionate world for all. Across the world, we see a rising tide of hostility towards refugees, driven by fear, racism, and misunderstanding. They are often portrayed as burdens on society, or worse, as potential extremists or terrorists. I know better. I and my family were once refugees ourselves. We know better. We know that refugees are human beings like all of us, who have been forced to flee their homes in search of safety and a better life. And we know that our response to this crisis will define us as a people for generations to come. That is why the response of individuals of faith, civil society organizations, and religious institutions is so important. These are the people who remind us that we are all equal in the eyes of God, and that we all deserve dignity and respect. The United Nations has recognized the importance of this approach, and for years the UNHCR has been working with faith organizations around the world to provide support and protection to refugees. This is a testament to the power of religion to inspire us to do what is right and just. Patriarch Bartholomew, the ecumenical patriarch, the spiritual leader of Orthodox Christians, called on Europe in 2016 to stop dividing economic migrants from asylum seekers, This is the kind of leadership that we need more of, a leadership that recognizes the humanity in all of us. So let us stand together as one and state with one voice that refugees are not burdens. They are an asset, creative, dynamic, in search of a better future for us all. They deserve our help, our support, and our love. In these times, the refugee crisis will continue to escalate. We must recognize the effects of the destructive climate change and the tragedy of war with its devastating impact it has on innocent lives. So many fleeing to save their lives, protect their children, and escape violence, persecution, torture, and rape. Millions of our fellow human beings are pushed and will be pushed to undertake dangerous and uncertain journeys. The seas have become liquid graves. Valiant are those people who are standing on the side of the desperate in solidarity and with moving altruism. In this context, the Orthodox religious community and institutions is an important actor, working alongside, of course, international organizations to uphold our shared humanitarian values. As Archbishop Hieronymus once appealed to the World Council of Churches, armed confrontations, civil hostilities, economic interests, poverty, and growing injustice in the broader Mediterranean area continue to push millions of fellow human beings to uncertain, dangerous journeys which very often have tragic ends. Therefore, I would like to commend the International Organization for Migration, the IOM, for bringing together so many eminent representatives of the Orthodox world to work towards a common cause. Let us use our institutional authority to deploy all possible efforts so that civil wars, such as the fratricidal war in Syria, come to an end. Let us assist those who are already living as refugees to overcome their pains and prevent others from being uprooted from their ancestral homeland. Hospitality, philoxenia, is a powerful manifestation of love for our neighbor, a Christian value, and we must embrace this value as we work to address the refugee crisis. Let us continue.
Dramatically rising number of migrants in the times of economic slowdown in the world presented a new type of crisis in number of societies. This is crisis of solidarity. It is primarily the political issue and the problem which sparks political crisis within the countries receiving the large number of migrants. Nevertheless, moral part of this issue is of a no less important. This increases the role of the church and clergymen. Obvious is the fact that in the nearest coming years, this crisis of migration will only deteriorate. It's crucially important to move towards a long-term strategy with a global perspective rather than seeking the immediate short-term solution, which will not bring tangible results for a better future in the safer world. As we hear more often nowadays, the role of Christian solidarity in times of economic slowdown in the world presented a new type of crisis in a number of societies. This is crisis of solidarity. It is primarily the political issue and the problem which sparks political crisis within the countries receiving the large number of migrants. Nevertheless, moral part of this issue is of a no less important. This increases the role of the church and clergymen. Obviously, the fact that in the nearest coming years, this crisis of migration will only deteriorate. It's crucially important to move towards the long-term strategy with a global perspective rather than seeking the immediate short-term solution, which will not bring tangible results for a better future in the safer world. As we hear more often nowadays, the role of Christian solidarity in times of economic slowdown in the world presented a new type of Excuse me, is everything okay?
We have some connection issues, and our team here is trying to fix them, so apologies for any inconvenience. Can you hear me?
Restore?
It's okay now. I think we can continue, and apologies for this technical issue.
Thank you. I don't know where it stops, but I will try to find right position. So I was speaking about that we have to seek not immediate short-term solutions for the issues of migration, but we need some kind of really long-term discussions and long-term perspective, global perspective for these issues to have a safer world. As we hear more often nowadays, the role of Christian solidarity and aim to help migrants in the integration of the social lives will become increasingly important. After all, it is a core at the sense of Christian values to help those who are in need the most. The world in need of more tolerance, and the issue of migration is no exception of it. It is obvious that deepening the cooperation, dialogue, and understanding between different confessions and even different parts of Christendom can bring a relief to the problems such a migration is. Church will play a huge role in the integration of migrants both socially, mentally, and even politically, which will ease the tension between migrants and local societies. It still seems unbelievable sometimes, but in 21st century, we are facing one of the severe migration crises of the history. Huge wave of migrants from Near East and African countries from 2000s up to today, and the millions of Ukrainians fleeing from their homes since the war began. In addition, millions have perceived for seeking better economic future for their families. And eventually we can see that even the governments of developed countries need a helping hand to manage these challenges, and this helping hand can come from a church. I am sure that this conference will bring a number of interesting ideas and prospective solutions for the challenge we are facing with. As the conference takes place in Greece, I would like to take an opportunity to thank the Greek government, Ministry of Migration and Asylum, and people of Greece of giving the helping hand to the thousands of my compatriots who have been living in Greece for many years. With the help of the Greek people and government, thousands of Georgian families managed to go through the immense economic disaster which Georgia faced from early 90s. I want to express the hopes that this support will be further strengthened. I would like once again to thank you for the opportunity to address the conference. Why I mentioned Greece and Georgian relations, not only because I wanted to thank very much Greek people, but also these examples show that the biggest part of these people feel themselves comfortable in Greece. This is the best example that religious and mental identity is one of the crucial factors when it comes to migration. Thank you once again. I would like to wish to all of us a better, safer world where a number of migrants will be decreasing, especially of those who are leaving their homes due to the war atrocities. I would like to express my hope that the new ideas and solutions worked out on this event will contribute to it. I would like to wish you success to organizers and to participants of this conference. Thank you very much for this opportunity and for your attention.
Thank you too, President Vurtsanandze, for your contribution, and also allow us to say that IOM Greece has also very strong cooperation with the mission in Georgia, and not only strong, but long, and we hope, of course, to continue these strong bonds between the two countries. Thank you very much. Now, allow us to pass the floor to Ms. Wafa Gousous, Director and Member on the MECC Executive Committee, the RAM Orthodox Patriarch of Jerusalem, Middle East Council of Churches in Jordan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Christine, the moderator. Thank you for the invitation as well. Greetings from Amman, Jordan. My name is Wafa Gusous, and I represent the Patriarchate of Jerusalem for the Orthodox. Warm greetings from His Beatitude, Patriarch Theophilus III, Patriarch of the Holy City, Jerusalem. We say the world has become a vast refugee and migrant camps. It's spreading since the past 10 years, and Jordan was one, as you all know, one of the countries who has received since all the history Palestinian refugees, Iraqi refugees, and Syrian refugees, and migrants as well. His Beatitude, Patriarch Theophilus, 10 years ago, when Jordan was receiving the 100,000s of persons seeking a place where they can be safe, said that this is our Christian moral duty. We have to step in and be able to help all those people who are considered now uprooted. The second thing, I am over here emphasizing that since 2011, not 1 year, the Patriarchate, through our operation in Amman, Jordan, has stopped providing livelihood services, food and non-food, water, education, health services. Of course, also, the operation is hosting the Middle East Council of Churches in Amman. So today, what I want as a message to deliver, for persons who are refugees in our country since 10 years, and as well, many Iraqis are, as you know, since the attack of ISIS in Mosul, are also in Amman, Jordan, or all over Jordan. Do we still consider those people as refugees? What is really the character of the refugee? Who is responsible for the resettlement? What is the role of IOM today, and how can they cooperate with the Orthodox partners in the world who are taking on their shoulders, taking care of those uprooted people, migrants, and refugees? The Patriarch, His Beatitude, Patriarch Theophilus, as also you all know, has the biggest responsibility today towards all the threats that are happening to our churches, Orthodox and non-Orthodox, in the Holy Land. Taking into consideration that quick solutions does not work anymore. Durable solution, thinking together, and coming up with a team that can do better job in the future for those people who are not even willing to go back to their country, but are living here, trying to find a job, because for a refugee, jobs, it's illegal for them to find a job. So I am not going to take more time. I just need to deliver this message, of course, appreciating and thanking this forum for giving us the chance to contribute and say our opinion and what are we doing. But I need to emphasize one point. For the Greek Orthodox Patriarchate and His Beatitude in specific, this is a great work, and as he said, it is our Christian moral duty towards the most vulnerables. But there are, now we're heading towards a serious time where Jordan itself, everyone is facing serious challenges in the economy. where do we go from here? How can we help more and assist more? It is really a challenging time, and I truly hope that this forum will be able to come up with recommendations that are applicable today and can be good solutions for all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you too for raising not only current but future challenges that have place, I think, in all our minds and our discussions. I would like now to close this session, and we will continue according to the schedule and the agenda. Thank you very much all. Thank you.
So, thank you the members of the organization committee who invited us here to continue the second part of the afternoon session. And we start the reports from the Orthodox Partners, and the Orthodox Partners are invited to present the situation of the migrants in their respective countries and churches. And we continue with Ms. Madezda Skvarnik, Eparchy of Kyrgyzstan of Moscow Patriarchate. Please, Ms. Skvarnik, you have the floor.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank the members of organization team for inviting me, and also all of you for staying here in this room till now. And I'm sorry, but I have to correct the moderator. I don't represent the Moscow Patriarchate. I work for the Orthodox Church of Czech lands in Slovakia. But I was born in Kyrgyzstan and spent most of my life in that country, and I was baptized in Russian Orthodox Church, so I was asked to speak on the situation in Kyrgyzstan. But the second part of my speech will be about the situation in Czech Republic also, if you allow me. So most of the speakers informed us about the problem of the influx of refugees. But I have to speak about the opposite situation, about the outflow of Orthodox Christians from the country. Orthodoxy began to spread on the territory of nowadays Kyrgyzstan with first Russian settlers in 19th century, and since then it has been under the jurisdiction of the Russian Orthodox Church. So currently the eparchy of Bishkek and Kyrgyzstan is a part of the Central Asian Metropolitan District of the Russian Orthodox Church. During the decades of the Soviet era, Orthodoxy as well as other religions were under the restrictions. And only in 1990s, a new period of religious freedom began after the collapse of the Soviet Union. The ideological vacuum in the post-Soviet space of Central Asia gradually began to be filled with various religious teachings, and Orthodoxy was on the rise. The number of Orthodox parishes was growing, new Orthodox churches were being built. But at the same time, a massive outflow of Russians and Ukrainians as main bearers of Orthodoxy began. And as the Orthodox Church avoids to conduct missionary work among local Muslims due to the unwillingness to cause discontent of the local Islamic clergy and people, the amount of believers of the Russian Orthodox Church reduces drastically in the country. So the peaceful coexistence of Islam and Orthodox Christianity in Kyrgyzstan is a great achievement of the Kyrgyz and Russian peoples. This is the most common phrase about the religious situation that you can hear from officials in Kyrgyzstan. For both Orthodox and Muslims, it means the same, no proselytism. The first national census held in independent Kyrgyzstan in 1999 for the first time recorded a sharp decline in the Russian by 35% and other European populations including Ukrainians, Belarusians, Moldavians. The ethnic composition changed noticeably in the capital of the Republic, Bishkek, where the share of Russians decreased from 55 to 33% during this 10 years period. And the process continued. Between 1999 and 2009, the number of Russians decreased by 184,000 people. And between 2011 and 2021, another 50,000 Russians left Kyrgyzstan. Today, Russians make up 5.2% of the Kyrgyzstan population. Ukrainians only 0.15%. And the proportion of the other Orthodox nationalities is so small that it doesn't deserve mention. And of course, not all of the Russians and Ukrainians who remained in the country belong to the Orthodox Church. In the 90s, the activity of Protestant churches began to grow. And unlike the Orthodox Church, the Protestants conducted the active missionary work among local Muslims. But most of the adherents of the Protestantism in Kyrgyzstan are still Russians and Ukrainians. Official statistics claim that 11% of citizens of Kyrgyzstan are Orthodox, 80% are Muslims, and 9% belong to different Protestant churches. One example, out of 402 Christian religious organizations registered by the State Commission for the Religious Affairs of the Kyrgyz Republic, only 48 are Orthodox, and all these are Orthodox parishes. 80 organizations are Pentecostal, 8 are Roman Catholic, and the rest belong to one or another Protestant church. The Russian-speaking population is distributed throughout the Republic unevenly. 80% of them live in the capital, Bishkek, and Chuy region. This also correlates with the location of Orthodox parishes on the territory of Kyrgyzstan. The central deanery located in Chuy region includes 23 Orthodox parishes, and this is the biggest Orthodox deanery in the country. And for example, in Narin region, where the Russian population is 0%, there is a single Orthodox parish at all. In 2022, after the beginning of the war in Ukraine, Kyrgyzstan faced an influx of the immigrants from Russia. But according to the Minister of Labor, Social Security and Migration, 760,000 Russians arrived in Kyrgyzstan, and 730,000 of them left for other countries. So it's just a transition point for them. So this short-term influx is unlikely to affect the number of Russian-speaking population and the number of parishioners of the Russian Orthodox Church in Kyrgyzstan. So the Orthodox Church is still present in the country, and parish life continues, of course, and even new churches are being built for the last decade, but the number of believers of the Russian Orthodox Church in Kyrgyzstan steadily declines. Can we say that they are forced to leave? I wouldn't say so. This migration process intensifies during periods of social and economic instability. So Orthodox and Muslims really coexist well in the country, but for the price of no missionary work and for shrinking and, existing of the Orthodox Church in Kyrgyzstan. So I can't evaluate the situation because I can't speak on behalf of the Russian Orthodox Church in this case. So this is about Kyrgyzstan, and if you allow me, a couple of words about the situation in the Czech Republic. It's completely different, but not less difficult. I will rely on data from the 2021 census, which became a huge surprise for all of us because first time in the Czech history, the Orthodox Church came in second place in terms of the number of followers in Czech Republic. Out of 10.5 million people living in Czech Republic, less than 1.4 million declared belonging to a church or religious organization. Out of these 1.4 million believers, almost 1 million declared being Roman Catholic. And the second biggest church in the Czech Republic now is Orthodox Church of Czech lands. So official figures show 40,681 Orthodox in the country. It's not a secret that most of the believers of the Orthodox Church are Ukrainians. The last part are Czech, and even like the smallest part are Russians. And according to the mentioned census, 93,000 Ukrainians and 35,000 Russians live in Czech Republic. The leadership of the Orthodox Church of Czech lands considers the data on the number of Orthodox Christians to be underestimated due to the reluctance of respondents to answer the question about their religious affiliation. So this question was not mandatory, so many left it unanswered. However, the Orthodox Church doesn't have its own statistics. The number of Orthodox Christians in Czech Republic increased after the start of the war in Ukraine. The Czech Republic is in third place overall with approximately 480,000 cases of temporary protection granted. And in terms of people per capita, the Czech Republic hosts the largest number of refugees, 33 per 1,000 inhabitants. And the Orthodox Church in the Czech lands from the first days of the war was involved in providing material and spiritual assistance to the Ukrainian refugees. Unfortunately, this aid is not always systematic and is often provided in manual mode in response to each specific request. In any case, the Orthodox Church in Czech lands does its best and will continue to provide all kinds of assistance to the refugees. Ukrainians are brotherly people to us, and their pain is our pain, especially now in the situation of war and regrettable persecution the Ukrainian Orthodox Church faces in Ukraine. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Skvarnik, for the very interesting presentation and all these valuable informations that I think the group of the IOM will consider greatly and to use them in the best way. And of course, the need is there for countries that are so much in need in the eye of the cyclone, as we say. So thank you very much for your contribution. So next is Mr. Samer Laham. No? Yes? Middle East Council of Churches, a very active ecumenical officer for many years now. I'm very glad to welcome him. He's a good friend also, and we're ready to listen to him and to take advantage in a good way from his valuable experience. Samer, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, moderator. Thank you very much, Excellencies, Eminences, esteemed participants. The Middle East Council of Churches is a non-profit faith-based organization established in 1974
and a convener of all churches in the Middle East. It includes in its membership 21 churches organized in families, which are the Eastern Orthodox, the Oriental Orthodox, the Catholic, and the Evangelical churches. The purpose of the Council, in addition to deepening the spiritual fellowship among the churches of the Middle East and to unite them in word and deed, is to strive toward justice and peace, to be the voice of voiceless, and to support and accompany the survivors of many kinds of crises. This is done through several departments in the Council. Besides the head office in Beirut, it has offices in Damascus, Aleppo, Latakia, Amman, Jerusalem, Nazareth, Gaza, and liaison office in Egypt. The largest among the departments is the Diaconia and Social Services, which main strategic objectives are rehabilitation of social capital and the value system, restore human dignity, support for vulnerable and at-risk groups, youth, women, rural people, migrants, and refugees. Through the MACC dedicated teams, the relief and development services are provided to all victims of natural and conflict crises in Palestine, Iraq, Jordan, Syria, and Lebanon, under different humanitarian sectors such as protection, shelter, food security, livelihood, wash, health, education, and rehabilitation, and through creative implementation modalities that preserve the dignity and privacy of beneficiaries, irrespective of any kind of their backgrounds or orientations. Since the outbreak of Palestinian cause to other following crises in the region, from Iraq war, Lebanon war, and recently in Syria, whether it be natural disasters or civil wars, the MACC was among the first responders to meet the needs of affected people, even if there was a need to be on the front line or to deliver aid in hard-to-reach areas. Millions of individuals have received all kinds of emergency aid during the course of crisis, along with many development and early recovery programs during post-crisis era. All programs are designed to reach the most vulnerable of refugees, displaced people, or migrant workers, and to provide vital and timely assistance using dignified methods and innovative modalities. Peace building and shared future approach were part of all our interventions towards preserving the social fabric and the sustainable social cohesion. Gender equality and inclusion were a benchmark in all our activities by providing more space for women to participate in different programs as well as planning for their activities. This would have not been achieved without having in place a dedicated and trained team whose performance are rooted in their Christian faith and abiding to MACC mission and vision. The motto of Diaconia department in the Council is service in dignity, believing that any offered services will not fulfill its objective without acting in respect, love, modesty, as well as caring about the privacy of served people. The Diaconia and social services programs are driven by specific values and principles, which are service in dignity, positive impact, transparency and accountability, timely and equal service to all, non-discrimination, impartiality, zero corruption, climate responsibility, do no harm, and gender equality. Those values and principles are the compass that leads the team to achieve the mission according to humanitarian standards, so that any service has to be done decently and in order. The mission of the Council is not limited to providing relief or humanitarian assistance, but rather to advocate about the right of oppressed people and being the voice of those whose rights are violated. This is done by advocating with local authorities and decision makers to adopt and execute the international declarations and policies issued and ratified by the international communities that should be respected and followed to preserve their basic rights to enjoy safe and dignified life in any context. It's worth to also to mention the ecumenical role of the Middle East Council of Churches through its history in supporting member churches to develop their own diaconia department, where many of them became among the largest humanitarian organizations in their context. The role of such services at the level of local churches is essential to reflect the Christian witness in multi-religious societies we live in. In many cases, the churches, through its existing diaconal services, are the first responders to the needs of affected people, especially during the recent earthquake that hit Turkey and northern part of Syria on February 6 this year. Dear esteemed audience, we cannot inform you in a short time about MECC achievements in the area of relief and development, nor about the number of individuals who received all kinds of aid. But we can assure you that the cornerstone of the Council's success in this domain is based on the trust of beneficiaries and stakeholders and on the support of MECC funding partners. We know that we are passing through a difficult situation in our region at all levels, and the future does not seem promising for the years to come. But in spite of such gloomy scenario, we believe that challenges always bring new opportunities and will motivate us to be more creative so that we bring joy to every suffering face created in the image and likeness of our God and make a real change in our people's lives. We are looking forward to cooperate with IOM, the MECC in Lebanon and Syria, participate in a different UN sectors, meetings and local forums in order really to coordinate and to really share resources and overcome any redundancy. At the same time, the Middle East Council of Churches is part of ACT Alliance forums in the region, where really this organization brings under its wings more than 145 organizations across the globe. So I think this meeting really is paving, let's say, the road towards more cooperation between IOM and faith-based organizations like MECC. We can assure you that we can put our resources and our experience at the disposal of your, let's say, organization in Syria, in Lebanon, Jordan, and wherever we have active programs under, let's say, MECC. Thank you for inviting us to participate in this meeting, and we look forward to having one-on-one meeting. And also, I would like also to thank our General Secretary, Dr. Michel Abs, who is attending this meeting also, and who encouraged us, let's say, to really to respond positively to your invitation. So please, at any time you will be in Lebanon, so we would be very much happy to receive you and to look, let's say, on in depth, let's say, on what we are doing, and also visit part of our programs, even in Syria, once your mission is really being activated again. So also we would like to let you see, let's say, on the ground what we are doing, what we have been doing. And thank you so much. We really wish all the best for this meeting, and that the really outcomes become really real, for example, cornerstones for our mutual cooperation in the future. Thank you so much.
We thank you, Mr. Ilham, for your contribution and also the goodwill to participate in our conference. Of course, the experience, the network, and the practices of Middle East Council of Churches could be very valuable for our inter-Orthodox network, who is about to be created. and thank you for your goodwill to participate in it. Thank you so much. So, next speaker is Father Mihai Pavel, Parochial Inspector for External Relations Department of the Romanian Patriarchate. Please, Father Pavel, take the floor.
Thank you. An honor to be part of this meeting. And honestly, I was looking forward to see the progress that has been done ever since 2018, since the UN adopted the Global Compact for Safe, Orderly, and Regular Migration. At the time, I was working in international humanitarian industry and engaged in this conversation with various actors in our region that it seems now it's fizzling and brings very much closer to us this global phenomena, unstoppable and ever increasing, of migration. To know that almost a third of the people on the go today are on the go because of war, it's a terrifying thing. So to us, it's an honor to be part of this conversation and hopefully to be part of the more active in networking and advocating for the actual involvement of the faith actors that everyone knows, and the people talking before acknowledge the fact that the faith communities and churches are the first ones to mobilize and respond and meet the needs of those on the go. Now, the Romanian Orthodox Church faced in the past year some of the consequences of the conflict in Ukraine, and fantastic. The church mobilized itself in an extraordinary manner. Well, everyone is talking about your refugees in Ukraine, and Romania and Moldova are in the front line. Together with Poland, we have the longest common Ukraine border. Also, we have a small ethnic Romanian minority in Ukraine, and now we have an increasing minority of Ukrainians in Romania. From the first day of the conflict, the church has been present the border, crossing to help and welcome and take care of refugees. It was an extraordinary and immediate report, but also very challenging. Looking at not only our own capacity for rapid response, but also the diversity and the complexity of the issues that the refugees would bring in. I want to underline the fact that the church has, or the faith entities have, the motivation to immediately mobilize and respond. This is no question about. At times, we face the challenge of capacity. And capacity means not only infrastructure, but also access to and distribution of resources. Our church is not a rich church, but very active church. Everyone was mobilized from the very little, small parish, and responded. However, the church was not exclusively oriented towards those who were transiting Romania at the time. Those remaining in the country were affected obviously by the shortages and the war, and they were not forgotten. I would like to mention that over a short period of time, we were able to organize the Romanian Orthodox Patriarchate through the Federation Philanthropia that consists of 25 church social NGOs, organized more than 600 humanitarian transports, and we're still doing that, though facing donors fatigue and all the challenges. So due to the perpetuation of the conflict, the church support has diversified. In short, the Romanian church in the past year provided quantifiable support, around 9 million euros, to the people affected by the conflict in Ukraine. And many things could have been done in Romania for Romanians with this money, but no, compassion and faith in action, it's something that the church has, or faith entities have. We organized here at the Romanian Patriarchate, the headquarters, a refugee sort of camp. Nobody could believe that we could host in the downtown of Bucharest in a sort of posh area such things, but no, it's something that we had to do and we have to do. Again, we're not the richest country in EU. We're not the richest church in EU. However, we made and we're making this effort with dedication, with love for our suffering brothers, and especially that we bring a little bit of hope to those in suffering. Now, I would like to land with this and say, again, that honored to be part of this conversation and see humongous progress, inviting the faith actors to be partners in implementing the compact. And our hope for the future is that, having created such a dialogue platform, the access to information, the ease to access, particularly to various dedicated resources, would be also facilitated. Thank you again, and looking forward to the conclusions of today's meeting, and looking forward to continued dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Father Mihai. We'll all know that how experienced and how well structured is the organization Philanthropia, like also working as an umbrella for different other organizations which are very active in the field. So, of course, your participation in our network will be very valuable. Thank you again for your participation.
Thank you.
And now the next speaker is the Bishop of Assos, Timotheos, from Colombia, auxiliary bishop to the Metropolitan of Mexico, Athenagoras. He's new bishop, but an old worker in the field of diaconia, and we're very glad that he is here to share his thoughts and his experience in the field of migrants. Your Excellency, Your Grace, you have the floor.
Πιστεύω ότι καταλαβαίνετε δεν ομιλώ αγγλικά καλά και ως τούτο θα προσπαθήσω να σας εξηγήσω τι γίνεται στην δική μας περιοχή με αυτό το θέμα στα ελληνικά. Δεν ξέρω αν έχετε διερμηνέα. Την ακούω και εγώ καλά, δυστυχώς δεν υπάρχει καλός ήχος προς τα εδώ και δεν καταλαβαίνω. Λοιπόν, εμείς στα εδάφη της Λατινικής Αμερικής αντιμετωπίσουμε σοβαρά προβλήματα όσο αφορά για την μετανάστευση. Θα έλεγα ότι είμαστε η χώρα των μεταναστών, διότι δυστυχώς δεν υπάρχει, θα έλεγα, μια πολιτική και οικονομική σταθερότητα και ως τούτο ο λαός της κάθε χώρας πηγαίνει προς τις άλλες χώρες.
Are moving constantly from country to country. So we are dealing with a great problem. When it comes to the crisis and the situation that Venezuela is dealing with, I would like to draw your attention on that, because before the difficult time of the pandemic, we were receiving on a daily basis more than 5 or 10,000 refugees from Venezuela who were coming to Colombia, and through Colombia they were walking for 2, 3, 4 months to travel to other countries. So this definitely put some pressure on us, not just the Orthodox people, but in collaboration with other religions, to deal with this issue in order to bring help to people who, as you understand, left their homes behind, their families, and their jobs, their money, and in search of a better future in other countries. Unfortunately, the political authorities were not prepared to deal with this issue and give solutions. Everybody's trying to do things in order to deal with the solutions, but since the politicians are just sitting behind an office, trying to deal with the things that arise, and unfortunately people die. Latin America is not so different than Europe when it comes to geography. For example, I can tell you that most areas in are warm seasons, have a warm climate. But as you see, as refugees come from Venezuela to Colombia, they had to climb the mountains, the Andes. Whole mountain ranges that bring people from 200 meters altitude or 500 meters altitude up to 3,000-4,000 meters of altitude, meaning that in order to cross the borders from Colombia to Venezuela and then travel to the other countries, they had to deal with extreme weather conditions where the temperatures are less than 0 degrees Celsius. We had to deal with the food, first of all, the lack of food. So we organized ourselves near the border from Roman Catholic churches, orders of the church, other denominations as well, Jews, Muslims, Pentecostals, and Orthodox.
Για να επιβιώσουν. Και το συνεχίσουμε σήμερα. Ιδιαίτερα στα ψηλά μέρη των βουνών των Los Andes, επειδή οι θερμοκρασίες κατεβαίνουν πάρα πολύ, η προσπάθειά μας ήταν να προσφέρουμε παπούτσια και ζεστά ρούχα, ώστε να σκεπάσονται οι άνθρωποι να μπορούν να περάσουν αυτά τα ψηλά μέρη, να πάνε προς την πόλη της Βουκαραμάγκας και σε άλλες περιοχές. διότι πάλι περνώντας την πόλη Βουκαραμάγκα ανεβαίνουν σε ψηλά μέτρα, τόσο πολύ που μπορεί ο άνθρωπος να χάσει την ζωή από κατώτερες θερμοκρασίες, δηλαδή αντιμετωπίζουν δύσκολες συνθήκες. Από την άλλη πλευρά όμως, οι μετανεύσεις των ανθρώπων της Βενεζουέλας, οι πρόσφυγες στην Βενεζουέλα και σε άλλα μέρη, δυστυχώς όσοι δεν μπόρεσαν να προχωρήσουν προς την έντονη χώρα της Κολομβίας και να πάνε προς την Αργεντινή
and travel to Argentina, Brazil, Chile, or the US, because they were in pursuit of the American dream. By traveling through Colombia and Panama to reach the US. And like I said, there's need for food and clothes, but also the people that remained there and do not travel to other countries, they remain poor and forgotten. So as Orthodox Church, we try to unite and collaborate with our brothers from various organizations, such as the Romanian Church, which came to Colombia in order to help us deal with this phenomena, along with the Bishop of the Romanian Church in America. Another thing that concerns us are the Greeks that live in Venezuela, for example, in Colombia. And for us, it's interesting to ask for help from the Greek diplomacy in order for the children of Greek refugees from the 40s and the 50s to receive the Greek identity, the European identity, and have a proper passport, and facilitate their education, their nationality, their national identity, and pass it on to their children. And also I'd like to thank a lot the government of Greece, because definitely when you're sending a teacher, a professor, you're helping us help the Greeks that are here and that are in need of professors in order to maintain the Greek identity and their traditions. So I would say that Latin America is not right now in a position to deal seriously with the immigration issue. It's not in a position to give a proper answer to the refugees because, unfortunately, like I said, the political conflicts and the financial situation that exists right now, the non-existing stability brings us in a very precarious position. Of course, we need strong action from the international community in order not to lose any more lives on those mountains, which have become a grave for many people. And as you understand, many lives are being lost, which are pure lives from pure people. And this death comes from the insecurity that people experience in Latin America. Unfortunately, in our places, the political ideology and political interests matter more than the life of a human being, along with the civil war, which makes it even more difficult in Colombia for people to move to another location where they can live in poverty. I would like to thank you for inviting me to speak in this conference. Although I am not a member of such a big parish, Orthodox parish, but I think that in collaboration we can do many great things, but thank you very much for wanting to hear to a different experience, the experience of Latin America, which is different than the European experience. Because if, for example, in Mytilene or in other places in Greece, you accept every day 100 or 200 refugees from other countries, from the East, for example, or other African countries, Afghanistan, Pakistan, we here in Colombia, and among difficult situations, we received almost 5 to 10,000, even up to 20,000 refugees a day from Venezuela, as used to happen in the past. I hope that this will help us understand that, unfortunately, in a world where people have become enemies with each other, immigration will never stop. And I would like to urge you to pay attention to Colombia, because even within Colombia, there is civil war right now. For more than 150 years, about 200 years, people are being forced to leave their homes and look for a future that is uncertain. And also to be careful today, everything that's happening between Panama and Colombia in the jungle, where people are being forced to travel through the jungle to reach America and put their lives at risk in order to reach the American dream. Central America is a graveyard of people trying to leave Latin America and lose their lives for this dream. So the international community should take care of those people. We do everything we can, we're trying, and as a Church of Constantinople, we're trying to do the best we can. So I really hope that we understand that the pain of those people is our own pain, and we should all unite in order to give proper and exact answers, not just theoretical answers or researches by sitting behind an office and by ignoring reality. Thank you so much for listening to me, and that's all I wanted to say for the time being. We had a vigil at night because, as you understand, we are in different time schedules, time zones, but I really wanted to hear discussing and share my opinion with you for the real situation that exists in Latin America, and also what's happening in the borders between Mexico and America, because hundreds of lives are being lost every day. Thank you so much, and be well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, His Grace Bishop of Assos Timotheos, for his inspirational input, and he reminded us with his presentation, with his talk, that migration has also a very strong global dimension, and so the IOM has a mission and a responsibility in a global level. Thank you so much. So the next speaker before the break is the Reverend Stefan Stefanov of Bulgarian Orthodox Church in Athens. He is representative of the Bulgarian Patriarchate in Athens. Father, welcome. You have the floor.
Yeah, just now we will break for half an hour, and then I think that we will. Sorry, We will have a break now for half an hour, so we can come back in 4:35, and after that I think that we will move to the conclusions a bit earlier than what we were foreseeing. I would say around 5:30. We have few more interventions, so that we can close and discuss at the end for a longer period of time. Thank you.
I welcome you all to the last session of our meeting, and I would like to invite Mr. Oleg Kalimulin, consultant of Department for External Church Relations of the Russian Church, to take the floor. Mr. Kalimulin, you have the floor.
Mr. Chairman, dear participants. Yes, please. No. It's a great honor and pleasure for me today to talk about the emergency work of the Russian Orthodox Church in providing assistance to the civilian population affected by the ongoing armed conflict in Ukraine. I would also like to thank the Ministry of Migration and Asylum of the Hellenic Republic and the International Organization for Migration and its Greece mission for this opportunity today. Second, please. There is a stable basis for current active humanitarian involvement of the Russian Orthodox Church. The Russian Orthodox Church is the largest Orthodox Church in the world and the largest traditional religious community in Russia. Over the last 3 decades, the Russian Orthodox Church has been actively restoring and developing its diaconal services, and an important area of church social involvement is assistance to people suffering in different emergency situations, including armed conflicts and migration. For many years now, the Church has provided humanitarian assistance regardless of beneficiaries' nationality, religion, and ideology. This work we have in different regions of Russia and in various parts of the world as well. For this, the Church used its own funds, donations, and assistance of inter-Christian church partners and international organizations. At the moment of the present crisis for emergency work, the Russian Orthodox Church has the infrastructure, qualified staff, volunteers, and years of experience in emergency work and in different migration-related initiatives. Speaking of present migration challenges, I shall mention, though very briefly, the unique and complex nature of Russian migration within the last 3 decades. What we have in modern Russia. First of all, intensive internal migration processes, and secondly, the top ranks in global external migration. You can see how multidirectional it is. This complexity on its own is a unique challenge. Yes, please. The Church has been working in the field of migration and emergency assistance for many years and has much to share. In my presentation today, I will speak about the work of the Church in assisting the people affected by the armed crisis in Ukraine. The Church's work to assist refugees from Ukraine began several years ago. It began 9 years ago. Following the outbreak of the armed conflict in eastern Ukraine in 2014, the Church started providing assistance to the affected civilian population and refugees from the conflict zone. At that time, in total, according to various expert estimates, up to 2.5 million of refugees from Ukraine arrived in Russia. Yes, please. I would like to emphasize that in line with these efforts between 2015 and 2018, several emergency projects on providing assistance to refugees in Russia were implemented by our Church with the support of international partners. Turning to the current church engagement. From the very beginning of the current conflict in February 2022, the Russian Orthodox Church has been actively providing assistance to the affected civilian population. Yes, please. Up to now, millions of people have become refugees or are in need of assistance. 3 to 5 million refugees arrived in Russia from Ukraine since February 2022. Yes, please. The Church has become one of the largest providers of assistance to refugees and affected civilians. Approximately 100,000 of the most vulnerable families in all affected areas, including refugees, have already been provided with different kinds of church assistance. And yet, at least 170,000 families are in the greatest need of such assistance. About church coordination. The church centers for humanitarian aid for affected civilians and refugees were organized in the conflict zone as well as in various, mainly border regions of Russia. By April 2023, 260 church humanitarian aid centers have been opened. Yes, please. Yeah. Up to 250 Ukrainian refugees apply for help daily at each of the largest church humanitarian aid centers in Moscow and in the cities close to the border. About 116,000 refugees have already received humanitarian assistance at these church centers. You can see here Moscow and the largest cities not far from Ukrainian border. About financing. The All-Russian Church fundraising to help victims and refugees was held twice. By the end of March 2023, more than 4 million euros had been raised. A significant part of this amount was collected by Russian churches and monasteries. This collection was organized with the blessing of His Holiness Patriarch Kirill. It's interesting to note that with the help of modern communications, I mean donations through church websites and by SMS, it was possible to collect about 500,000 euros, or 11% of collective funds. In addition to these funds, the church humanitarian aid centers and parishes collect relief items from individuals and donors. Main areas of the current church assistance. Besides humanitarian aid, in the church focus we also have accommodation, medical care, social care, psychosocial support, legal assistance, and pastoral care. The figures below refer only to that part of the aid, the distribution of which was coordinated by the Synodal Department for Church Charity and Social Ministry. In Russia, the Church collected, purchased, and transferred about 3,000 tons of food, clothing, household and hygiene items, and medicines. Of these, about 61% were allocated to the affected civilians in the conflict zone. Here you can see 8 dioceses in conflict zone we have in the main focus. 39% were sent to refugees in the bordering areas in Russia, mainly to Rostov, Belgorod, and Voronezh. The refugees were housed and cared for in 60 church institutions of the Russian Orthodox Church in Russia, Germany, and the United Kingdom. The next one, please. Yeah. About medical care. Doctors of St. Alexei Church Hospital in Moscow have been traveling to the conflict zone and helping people there since April 2022. They receive patients, consult, do surgeries, and bring medicines. They were the first medics that went to the conflict zone and began to provide medical assistance in local civilian hospitals. The doctors of this church hospital transport the seriously ill patients from the conflict zone for treatment in their hospital in Moscow. Next one, please. Charitable visits to health professionals are also being offered for refugees who are already staying in Moscow and in other regions of Russia. Next one. In January 2023, a mobile hospital of this Moscow Church Hospital was opened in the conflict zone in Mariupol. Modern medical equipment was transferred to two hospitals in Gorlovka. This is in the conflict zone. It was a gift from His Holiness Patriarch Kirill. Social and medical care. Church Sisters of Mercy and social workers of local parishes visit affected people in the conflict zone. Church volunteers travel from Moscow and other regions of Russia to work in hospitals in the conflict zone. Next one, please. The Church has organized training courses for the care of the injured and seriously ill people in locations where hostilities have been active in the past. Several thousand church volunteers attended the training courses. Psychological and pastoral care services are being established for the affected civilians. The Church Social Assistance Hotline Mercy is open 24/7. More than 4,500 calls are received every month. The Synodal Department for Church Charity and Social Ministry launched in July 2022 a special website for support of refugees and affected civilians. Regular reports on the church assistance are published on the official websites of the Russian Orthodox Church. These two are the most famous and most informative. Concluding my presentation, I want to emphasize that in previous decades, during the implementation of various emergency and other social projects, the Russian Orthodox Church had a constructive experience of cooperation with IOM, the UN agencies, and various international Orthodox organizations. In its work to support the victims of the current conflict, the Church is certainly ready to cooperate with IOM and Orthodox churches and organizations, and considers it as a matter of particular humanitarian importance. Due to the political situation, the work of the Russian Orthodox Church to assist the affected civilian population in the conflict zone and refugees now has no international support. Thank you for your time and attention. Evcharisto Parapoli.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kalimulin, who reminded us the spirit of Orthodox charity and help is provided with no discrimination of any kind of gender, of color, and even of religion. Is everywhere. That's why worldwide the Orthodox mission and charity is so much welcome by the locals. So I would like to invite to the floor the Bishop Dimitrios of Banias of the Orthodox Patriarchate of Antiochia. Your Grace, you have the floor.
Αξιότιμοι και αγαπητοί μου φίλοι,
Dear friends,
είναι μεγάλη μου
it
τιμή
is a
να
great
μιλήσω
pleasure
σήμερα
to be here with you today and talk about the situation of immigrants that concerns us deeply. Syria has been crucified for 10 years in a very unfair war and suffered, as everyone, from the COVID pandemic, and most recently we had the lethal earthquake on February 6th. In 40 seconds, many children became orphans. In 40 seconds, Many husbands lost their wives, became widowers. In 40 seconds, many parents lost their children. In 40 seconds, most family men became homeless. In 40 seconds, many workers became unemployed. 40 seconds were enough to change the life of people. What we believed that would be stable for years, the ground beneath our feet, we unfortunately realized that it's not stable. On the contrary, it was dangerous. Syrian people, without religion, without race, need help. It is urgent. The Patriarch of Antiochia and the East sent a circular in all parishes abroad by asking for money and humanitarian help to be sent immediately to those afflicted by the earthquake. But the needs are enormous. The Church, from day one and until today, has worked tirelessly, and we have been trying to be right next to the people, especially those who lost their homes and their livelihoods. We opened the churches to receive people and gave them food, medicine, water, clothes, blankets, etc. And unfortunately, and I'm sorry to say that in front of you, we started losing our hope, despite saying that hope endures, but I'm feeling that our hope is being extinguished slowly. We wish, with our help, for this hope to rekindle in our hearts so that we can continue and give our important help to the East, where Christianity was born. I would also like to suggest for you to help the people in their own countries, meaning that if you want to help Syrian people, it would be better to help them in Syria. This will reduce the migration waves from Syria to Europe. Finally, I'd like to thank from the bottom of my heart all of you who have helped us, and most of all, the IOM, but also the Church of Greece, and the Archbishop recently visited our Patriarchy and really supported us. Thank you so much.
Are with the Syrian people. And now I would like to invite Mr. Kyriakos Batsaras, President of the Assyrian Union of Greece. You have less than 10 minutes.
Καλησπέρα σας. Ευχαριστούμε για την τιμή που κάνετε στην Ασσυριακή κοινότητα να βρίσκεται.
To the Assyrian community by inviting it to be part of today's event. It is a great honor, and I would like to personally thank Mr. Adamopoulos for inviting us to the first session of the event. Father Simpson, who is representative of the Assyrian Church, and our vicar, a church that had been recognized by the Greek state in 2016 with Law 2014. The case of the Syrians is difficult because there's no state entity, there's no point of reference. And for that reason, every time we are fighting in order to explain who we are. We are the ones who, in the 5 biggest museums of the world, over 250,000 people are waiting to see the exhibits of Syria and of Egypt. We are the ones who speak the language of Christ. We are the ones who in 33 embraced the Christianity with the Apostle Thomas, who reached even India, and the Assyrian Church has faithful in India who, along with our clergy, abide by the Gospel of Matthew, that is written in the Assyrian language. And our vicar, Father Simpson, actually teaches twice a week those who want to learn the Assyrian language. He is a teacher of the Assyrian language. Now, what have we achieved? Unfortunately, the problem is not that we don't have a state. We cannot possibly show on a map a state or show any borders. We cannot do that since we don't have a state entity. But apart from that, we have the following problem. All the Syrians, who are over 4 million around the world, are refugees and not migrants. Those who know what I'm talking about will agree with me, and I will make a distinction. The migrant negotiates with a trafficker, with a smuggler, or on the basis of transnational agreements, the journey. However, the refugee does not have this luxury. And since 1884, we have experienced a genocide in Mesopotamia, which peaked in 1915. The first phase of it finished in 1923, but unfortunately, it still goes on. The previous speaker, the Reverend from the Patriarchate of Antiochia, knows very well that there were millions of Assyrians in Syria who, unfortunately, have been decimated. We have only some thousands of Assyrians. We were 2 million in Iraq in the past. Now, only some thousands. And the hero, Patriarch Awa III in Arbil, who tries, because, as I said, we don't have any state entity, we don't have any state authorities, we don't have any agreements with other states, we don't have embassies to claim our rights or to promote our rights or to get some help. So he is based on his own forces. He is young, he's 47 years old, he's a compatriot, and he built the Patriarchate in Nabil, close to Mosul. Close to Nineveh, which was the first capital of the Assyrian Empire. Now, with regard to the relation of Assyrians with Greeks. So we have arrived here 100 years ago. We have been fully integrated in the Greek society. Members of the Assyrian community work in important companies like the PPC, the National Telecommunications Organization. They serve in the army. They are working in the primary sector. They have been absorbed in the sector of education. We have executives in the judicial sector. We have people who work in the shipping sector. And always with full respect of the Greek constitution, we have been absorbed in different sectors of the economy. We are also present in the local authorities. And after having embraced the Greek Orthodox spirit, we have also a contact with the Archbishop of Athens, which actually has initiated a scholarship in order to provide economic support to our vicar, Father Simpson. And this helps us enormously, because you understand that it's very difficult to find any type of support, since, as I said, we don't have any transnational agreements nor any contact with other Orthodox churches. And it's only the donations of the members that keep the doors of our union and the doors of our church open. Now, our relation with the IOM. It was beginning of 2000 when the then government was saying that there are no refugees or migrants from Iraq, even though you could see at the traffic lights children that were coming from Syria and who had to beg here in Greece. And back then, we didn't manage to claim our rights because, again, we were faced with the difficulty of not being recognized as a state. There was no one that we could address to in order to claim these human rights or the necessary for our survival. The local schools actually welcomed these children. They accepted them as students, and then, with our own based on our own forces, we provided medical care to these children. We also rented houses so that they could live in. And back then, the then mayor included that in an equal program. Those of you who know about these programs know what I mean. And it was then that the IOM played a leading role and supported us through the then director, Daniil Zelda, who retired later, but whom I would like to thank from the bottom of my heart. And maybe he is the only Greek who is so knowledgeable of the migration and refugee issue. It was a program that provided us assistance for 3 years, and thanks to that program, we managed to cope. And it was then that the doors started to open up because all the ministries started to know about us. And then we had private entities, participants of the program, actually acknowledging our presence. And back then, we were going through 5 audits. And in all 5 audits, we always got excellent. And I remember someone who said they completed the program with religious consistency as Christian Orthodox. So back then, the government saw what we could do, saw that we were praised for our efforts. That is why they opened the doors. We got a certification from the Ministry of Social Affairs. We got certification from the Ministry of Labor. We are now registered in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, thanks to those efforts we made in the past. The only thing we did in 2016, after 7 or 8 years, that is, and having troubles being incorporated in programs, was that we submitted the full details of the beneficiaries and by writing in capital letters Christian Orthodox. And why did I say that? Because today, unfortunately, the Assyrians who live in Iraq cannot be served by the embassy in Iraq because just from the name one can tell that they are Christians. The embassy in Iraq is controlled by Kurds, and Kurds persecute us. And the same stands for the embassy in Syria, which opened a few months ago, and the same stands for the embassy in Jordan. This is one of the biggest disadvantages we are faced with, and I would like to inform you about that in order for you to understand the magnitude of the problem that we are faced with. Just by our name, everyone can tell that we are Christians, and for that same reason, we are persecuted by many nations where in the past we were living in. We were the first inhabitants of those nations. We have 6,700 years of existence of the Assyrian people. So I believe that this speaks for itself. I have nothing else to share. Once again, I would like to thank the IOM and express my hope that we will continue the cooperation in the future. If not for IOM, we would be mourning much more lost lives of those who hadn't been incorporated in the programs of IOM, programs that involved provision of food, assistance, clothing, legal counseling, and so many other important services. And back then, mind you, there were so many funerals that IOM actually was funding these funerals. Thank you very much for your patience. And after once again thanking IOM, I hope that we will cooperate in the future far more closely. Thank you very much. All the best to you.
We thank you, Kyriakos Vatsaras, who explained
Σας ευχαριστώ.
very nicely the situation of Assyrian community here in Greece, and wish that this cooperation with WYNDHAM and other organizations will reinforce the life and the quality of the community. So I would like to invite Mr. Alexander Wasyliuk, member of ILEOS Poland, charity organization who does a very important work within the Orthodox Church of Poland.
Dear friends, first of all, I want to pass greetings from Director of the ILEOS Poland, Father Doroteusz Sawicki. And I want to also say my gratitude for invitation for this meeting. And I will say that it's kind of surprising for me was that I have met my old friend Father Paweł, who already said a lot about ILEOS. I just add some information to his presentation, so I will not repeat what ILEOS is doing in Poland. You already learned about it. I just want to say something more about how happy I'm that I'm here, and also about my experience from kind of pan-Orthodox world. I'm involved in Syndesmos from 90s, and I was doing trainings for youth in Korea, Ukraine. There was even training in Alexandroupoli in Greece. Because of this work, I have created pan-Orthodox webpage about photography, OrtPhotoNet, where you can find 100,000 pictures about Orthodoxy. I'm involved with these projects also with Interparliamentary Assembly on Orthodoxy, and probably this is the reason why I'm even here, because I'm involved in this pan-Orthodox world. And I think current situation, current world, so many conflicts, so many people in need, this is the right moment that we are meeting together. I don't know, for me it's the first time when I'm meeting, and I'm also new for humanitarian work, with the other colleagues who work for humanitarian work, and I hope this is good beginning of cooperation between different Orthodox organizations. And why it is important? 1 year ago, I was involved in the youth work. I was coordinator of youth work in the Orthodox Church. And when the conflict started in Ukraine, I started helping ILEOS Poland in developing their work. We are a minority church in Poland, and up to this moment, the work of the ILEOS was very concentrated on the work of helping for people in need in Poland. And we start facing totally new situation. And only thanks to the friendship and also that the International Orthodox Christian Charity Organization came to Poland and teach ILEOS how to deal with new situation, how to understand international organizations. We were able to start developing programs. We are able to help people. And now when I'm participating in the meetings of international organizations, I'm very proud that church is present. And moreover, it's not only present, but I see the quality of the work. If we are doing small projects, we are really reaching the people in need. We are really close to the people. They coming to us. Our priests are more open. We are everywhere in the field. And this advantage needs to be used, and we still need to learn a lot. And I hope these events will be continue in the future, and we will be learning more from each other, and also churches will start working better because we need to work together for help for people. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Wasyliuk. And I would like to invite Mr. Emad Khalil, member of the Egyptian Parliament, to address us.
Good evening. At the beginning, I'm happy to be here in Greece, in Athens. It's the first time to me. And from my former work that I was and still journalist, so I will explain about my speech in a little word and a short message. I talk about three main points that in Egypt has been able to prevent since 2016 to the crossing of any illegal immigration boats from our borders, especially in the Mediterranean and Red Sea. On the other hand, we launched a presidential project. It's called Survival Boats that we developing the about 70 village that exporting migration in El Fayoum, in Delta and Upper Egypt. We developing and training young people who want to be legal immigration to Europe, to about hospitality and cooking and other things. And we have a cooperation with the German side in El Maadi that we training who want to immigration to Germany, but learning at first the language and the other skills that to be good immigration and have the legal way to immigrate. Finally, Egypt hosts about 9 million refugees and immigration, including recently about 1.5 million Syrian refugees. They live and study and have a medical care like the Egyptian. Even in Egypt, we was talk with my friend Bishop. They have as a neighbor, not in campus and we have some places in 6th of October and other places they become Syrian places, but we happy about this. At the end, we have a strategy with the International Organization for Immigration in Egypt, the third strategy to training who dealing with refugees in Egypt. We have a great effort for the Coptic Church in Egypt. Also, we have set up more Coptic Church in Africa, and we care about building schools and hospitals. Finally, we face a great and hard channel that the climate change and also the water poverty. It will increase the immigration and increase the suffering from it. And I thank you very much for hospitality and to be with you in this conference. Thank you again.
Thank you so much, Mr. Khalil. And he reminded us that we should be aware and ready to deal with eco-migration. And of course, Egypt or the hypo-Saharan countries are, if not they're suffering now, but the consequences of this climate changing phenomenon will be very alarming in the years to come. Thank you so much again. So beginning.
We can have it together, no? You and me. Yeah. Yeah, I think we come now to the conclusion. So me and Father Konstantinos will try to summarize this very long day, but I think it was a long day, but very, very positive, in my opinion. And then we will have the closing remarks from the Director General of IOM that will connect later on. So I will start, Father. For me, today, we started having these interventions from very high level and respectable representatives from the different Orthodox churches, but also from Greek authorities, from IOM. I think that it was an encouragement for all of us that started thinking about this event today in continuing on this path. There is a great support, I would say, at a very high level for what we are trying to do. Then there was a discussion, and I was amazed how we moved around the globe. We went from very, very calm places like Brussels, to places that are a bit less calm, like Syria and Damascus. And we moved from Central Asia to Middle East to Europe and Latin America. And I think that all this brought us to or reminded ourselves of many issues that are still happening in different parts of the world. Sometimes we focus, especially in Europe, on what is relevant for us, that we sit here in this continent. But today we learned that there are many people suffering and there are many needs in different parts of the world. I think it was also very clear that between IOM and the different partners in the Orthodox churches, we share many of the values. We certainly try to support people that are vulnerable. So we have the same goal to try to alleviate the pain of people that are moving to other countries because of war, because of climate change, but also those that remain in those countries and have special needs. So I think that it was on a way very reassuring today, at least for me in IOM, to see that we are in the right path, that we have a cooperation that started years ago, and now we are correct when we think that we can go a bit further on this. Father.
For me today was a great surprise, not just for those things and those cases and experiences that we shared among brothers and sisters, but also firstly to say that I'm very well surprised by the quality and by the sharing the same spirit with a group of IOM. This is the first day we met, and I feel already that I know you for many years, and that is very, for me at least, a very positive sign for our any future cooperation. And of course, as you said, we make a small tour of the globe today, and we realize how complicated is the issue of migration, and also how much effort the local churches put on to comfort the migrants, and how much effort they put to organize the best level of help, even with very small capacities and finances and so on. But to put some elements of Orthodox ecclesiology, as the Orthodox Church is a body of Christ, and in the body there are not important or big organs, but each organ of the body is valuable, and you cannot have to be the heart or the brain, but even a small vein, if it's blocked, the body is dead. So I would like to emphasize that each part, each member, each local church is valuable, to the whole body, and highly appreciated. And of course, we realize that some churches, they have experience and they're very active, more than the others, and this is the enrichment, not only in the sharing the experience, the qualifications and the formation, the education of the members of the organizations, but also is the arrangement, is the approach, the different approach who starts with different cultural start points. And this is not a barrier, but mostly an enrichment and a beauty of the Orthodox world. And we're so grateful for this. And I think all of us today, we had this experience of this beautiful diversity of different cultural approaches. And I hope that we all understood, that you understood, that this, the creation of this network of partnership of Orthodox churches with IOM is more than a necessity. So the infrastructure is there, infrastructures are there, they have the know-how, they have the personnel ready to be committed in the new assignments, and I think they can profit of the capacities of such an organization as IOM to go further and to comfort our brothers and sisters in need. But I think Mr. Vittorino is already there.
Yes, I see that the Director General is connected. I thank him once more because he was traveling, as I told you this morning, but he insisted to be able to come with the message in person and not to have a registered video. Director General, it was an intense discussion today. We had representatives from over 30 countries, moving from Europe, Central Asia, Latin America. I think it was very interesting, and is what came out as a message, if I can summarize the day, is we are on the right path. We want to work together because working together we will benefit many vulnerable people and people in the move and people that are suffering in their own country. So I leave you the floor for the closing remarks. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gianluca. I hope you are hearing me loud and clear.
Very, very
good. Dear friends, thank you so much for this opportunity. I regret not being able to join you in person. I'm just coming back from China, a long trip, but I would like to share with you my willingness of strengthening our cooperation with the Orthodox churches and the associated organizations. We live in a world where mobility and migration in particularly is becoming each time more and more complex. And we notice the proliferation of humanitarian crises in different geographies, people suffering and being hit for different reasons. Violence, of course, conflict, poverty, disease, and each time more and more people are on the move because of natural disasters that are becoming more frequent and more intense, but also slow onset environmental degradation and climate change. The complexity of the drivers of mobility derives from the fact that you cannot look at each of the reasons of movement in an isolated way. Those drivers interact among themselves. And if you see that 15 of the most vulnerable countries to climate change, 13 of them also know conflicts, it's always very difficult to understand if people are on the move because of the conflict or because of the climate change. In fact, it's because of the cumulative impact on daily lives of all those drivers. But what is common is that those people who are on the move are in need of support, humanitarian assistance. And from our side, it is clear that no single entity, whether a government or a non-governmental organization, is able at the same time to capitalize upon the benefits of migration or address the challenges alone. And so the key approach for us is that we need a comprehensive view. And this comprehensive view can only come from multilateral cooperation. That's why for us it is so important that the Global Compact on Safe, Orderly and Regular Migration that was endorsed by the General Assembly of the United Nations in 2018 and the Progress Declaration of the implementation of the Global Compact that was taken stock in the International Migration Review Forum in New York last year, those instruments of political cooperation are the platforms that we have at our disposal to foster cooperation among governments, but also with the participation, the active participation of different stakeholders, particularly faith-based organizations, civil society, and also the private sector, non-governmental organizations, whether they are international or national NGOs. And this comprehensive approach requires to focus on the benefits of migration. Sometimes very oftenly are forgotten, the positive benefits of migration, and of course, recognizing and addressing the risks and challenges for individuals and for the communities in countries of origin, transit, and destination. Of utmost concern for us is the rise in the number of irregular travels, and usually associated to activities of organized crime, trafficking human beings, particularly women and girls, but also the smuggling of migrants. Those activities are a violation of fundamental human rights and the human dignity of migrants. And those migrants need to be protected, need humanitarian assistance, and the victims of trafficking and smuggling need to be taken care both by the governments, but also by the civil society. And that's why we in IOM, we recognize and we commend the support provided by the Orthodox churches and its associated organizations, whether in crisis or in non-crisis affected countries. We have a very recent example of a very good cooperation in Ukraine, where IOM is working alongside with the Orthodox partners in the distribution of non-food items, which builds upon support within the spheres of crisis response and integration and reintegration, amongst others. It is clear that IOM and the Orthodox churches and associated organizations, we share the common interest of supporting vulnerable communities. And I do believe that faith-based organizations enjoy a special credibility within migrant communities that provide them with unique access to particularly vulnerable populations, as well as you have the overall view of the ties that link those communities and the utmost needs of them. Therefore, I believe that this knowledge, this proximity with the people provides uniquely direct support to the communities at local level, but also makes our work as IOM and your work as Orthodox partners complementary in a very clear way. The complementarity is given by the fact that we in IOM, we try to commit ourselves to multidisciplinary partnerships at all levels, global, regional, and local level. But this requires coordination among the stakeholders, coordination with the official authorities, and above all, coordination with the migrants themselves and the associations that represent them. We are strong believers, according to the Global Compact, that well-managed cooperation and coordination among all key actors will facilitate and improve the governance and the management of migration. But we have also a second concern that I would like to share with you. This approach should be used by all of us to broaden the understanding of migration and to develop comprehensive and effective approaches, not just in the field, but also in the public debate. One has to recognize that nowadays, unfortunately, in a number of countries, there is a negative perception about migration. Advocacy about the positive impacts of migration without underestimating the risks and challenges is badly needed. We see the rise of racism, xenophobia, discrimination in a number of countries where migrants are presented as the scapegoat of all the social evils in society. And this requires a strong commitment from all of us to counter that narrative and to present and shed light on the positive aspects of migration. And for me, it is clear that there is a key role that can be played in this respect also by Orthodox churches and associated organizations. As part of this joint endeavor at local, at national, at bilateral, at regional, and at global levels. This conference, as Gianluca has just mentioned, has also demonstrated, I believe, how this cooperation can be further strengthened, including through the exchange of experiences, the exchanges of best practices, which facilitate cooperation amongst organizations across borders, and that common endeavor of advocacy and liaison with the beneficiaries. I take, therefore, this opportunity to reiterate that IOM remains committed to working in close coordination with a wide range of actors. And this conference, I believe, should therefore be considered only as a first step towards meaningful and systematic coordination between our respective organizations. From our side, we are committed to strengthen cooperation and enabling more regular and systematic debate and exchanges with all Orthodox partners and with other stakeholders on core issues around migration. And I welcome discussions on how Orthodox partners can engage in renewed cross-border partnerships and provision of assistance and solutions to migration challenges across the world, bearing in mind that our main commitment is towards migrants, our beneficiaries. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Director General. I think that you managed to summarize an entire day of discussion. You reminded us also and raised points like the global contact on migration that were raised during the discussion. And I think that your commitment, as much as we had from the top representatives of the Orthodox churches earlier this morning, reassure us that we are on the right track. And as you said, this is the starting point for further cooperation in exchanging information, in being aware of what we are doing, and also in finding synergies for supporting vulnerable population. Thank you, Director General, and thank you all for having participating here. As a note, we will share with all of you the conclusions of the conference, and also we will inform you on the next steps, because as we all said, this is just the starting point, and there will be more meetings and more interaction after this. Thank you very much.